From the CSI Baseball Complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island, CSI Sportsnet presents NCAA Division II baseball coverage live on the ECC Network. On this 2023 Heroes Day at the College of Staten Island, the Dolphins will take on the Alliance University Warriors. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joe Foreman, soon to be joined by my broadcast partner, Nick Bavona. Nick will be the master of ceremonies during our pregame presentation honoring our three late heroes, former Dolphins Steve Sosa, Anthony Irace, and Anthony Varvaro. Our three heroes will be honored in a pregame ceremony ahead of first pitch before today's game. I should clarify, Steve and Anthony were former Dolphins. Anthony Varvaro, a former Major League Baseball player who often practiced with the Dolphins ahead of his spring training each year. We are going to learn a bit more about each of our three heroes ahead of first pitch during our pregame ceremony today. However, before that ceremony gets underway in about 10 minutes, we will preview today's matchup between the Dolphins and the Warriors. The College of Staten Island comes in with a record of 8-17 on the season. The Warriors come in with a record of 1-30. They have not won a game since very early on in their season. Today will be just the second time these two teams have faced one another, with the Dolphins taking the win in the lone meeting between these two sides last season. CSI won big in that game by a final score of 16-6. As for the Dolphins, their last time out, they faced East Stroudsburg University in a non-conference doubleheader on Wednesday. Not much offense for the Dolphins in those two games against the Warriors. They really struggled in Game 1, suffering a shutout defeat. However, in Game 2, the Dolphins were well within striking distance for much of that game, trailing 4-1. That game ultimately turned into a 9-3 defeat at the hands of the Warriors on Wednesday. Alliance was also last in action on Wednesday. They dropped a pair of games to Post University in CACC play. Reigning East Coast Conference Player of the Week, A.J. Vigliotti, red hot for the Dolphins, registered another two-hit game against the Warriors on Wednesday, and he continues to lead the Dolphins in batting at the 400 mark. Michael Kehoe and Vincent Weigel also continued to hit well above 300 on the season, and Kehoe made a pair of great plays out in center field during the Dolphins doubleheader against the Warriors on Wednesday. The first was an incredible dive and catch on a ball hit in front of him where he fully extended on the outfield grass and made a tough grab with his glove right up against the outfield grass. The second play was on a ball hit over his head. Kehoe chased it out toward the warning track and made a running over-the-shoulder catch. Shendi Ulaj also continues to hit well above 300 for the Dolphins. He has 12 RBI on the season and has hit safely in 4 of his team's last 5 games. Among pitchers with a qualifying innings total for the Dolphins, they are led in ERA by Ryan Kehoe and John Esposito. Kehoe is the reigning East Coast Conference Pitcher of the Week. The Warriors are led in batting by Sam Abreu. He enters today's game hitting .359. He also leads the team in OPS at .924 and in slugging at .551. The Warriors pitching staff comes in with a 14.69 ERA, and they only have 3 pitchers who have made more than 3 starts in the team's 31 games this season. Following today's games, Alliance will have another non-conference doubleheader on Tuesday. They then return to conference play the following week against conference rival Dominican. This should free up the Warriors to dig a bit deeper into their pitching depth during today's games with the Dolphins. We will see if that is to their benefit in today's matchup at the College of Staten Island. It looks like we're about set to get our pregame ceremony beginning just a bit early. This has been the McDonald's pregame show. Of course, McDonald's, our scoreboard sponsor here at the College of Staten Island, presenting our pregame show on this Heroes Day and every game here on CSI Sportsnet. Today's 2023 Heroes Day ceremony and today's event will be presented by TLC Physical Therapy. So we will step aside for just a short break here on Sportsnet. When we come back, you will hear the sound of Nick Bavona's voice. He is our master of ceremonies for today's pregame ceremony as the Dolphins honor their 3 late heroes, Steve Sosa, Anthony Irace, and Anthony Varvaro. Pregame ceremony, Heroes Day 2023, on the other side of this commercial break.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends, live sports and watch parties, to Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together. I feel like, I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Welcome back inside the CSI Baseball Complex on this Heroes Day 2023, the inaugural iteration of our Heroes Day event, remembering Steve Sosa, Anthony Irace, and Anthony Varvaro. As our pregame ceremony is set to begin in just about 2 minutes, so once again, I will step aside off headset. The next voice you hear will be the sound of our public address announcer, Nick Bavona's voice. Nick Bavona will also be my color commentator for today's game. He will join me in the booth following our pregame ceremony. Once again, this is Joe Foreman for CSI Sportsnet. On the other side of a short silence, our pregame ceremony honoring Steve Sosa, Anthony Irace, and Anthony Varvaro. After that, the Dolphins take on Alliance University right here on CSI Sportsnet, a proud part of the ECC network.
Good morning and welcome to the CSI Baseball Complex for our 2023 Heroes Day fundraiser. Today's games feature the Alliance University Warriors and your CSI Dolphins. Ahead of today's game, CSI Baseball head coach Mike Morrow and the Dolphins wanted to take some time to remember the legacy left behind by 3 fallen heroes who each individually meant a great deal to the Staten Island community. Today we gather to honor late firefighters Steve Sosa and Anthony Irace and Port Authority officer Anthony Varvaro. All money generated today's fundraiser will go towards 3 scholarships for incoming freshmen who will be playing baseball in 2024. These scholarships will each be named after one of our heroes, Steve Sosa, Anthony Irace, and Anthony Varvaro. We would like to thank all of you who have already donated or will be buying raffles for your generosity. We would also like to take a moment to thank the main sponsor of today's event, TLC Physical Therapy, and owner Jason Lamondola. When Coach Moore, who works at TLC as a vice president of marketing, approached Jason with the idea of today's fundraiser, TLC was immediately on board. Before we take time to remember our heroes, we would like to thank Jason and his staff at TLC. We would also like to offer a special thank you to public safety team here at CSI who work to ensure safety while on campus. At this time, let's reflect on the lives of our heroes. Steve Sosa, a retired firefighter and lifelong resident of Staten Island, died unexpectedly at the age of 62 on February 28, 2020. Steve was alumnus of the baseball team and wore number 14 as a Dolphin back in 1980. Steve was always involved in the baseball's alumni game and was certain to send a text to Coach Moore each year about a new Dolphins app for the upcoming season. The Sosa name has been well known on Staten Island for decades, both in Roma sports and throughout the community beyond the baseball diamond. Today we are joined by Steve's family, his wife Debbie, daughter and son-in-law Amanda and Danny Galat, grandson Patrick Steven Sosa, mother Carmelina Sosa, mother-in-law Lorraine Galasso, brother-in-law Mike Sosa, Eddie and Mary Ellen Sosa, brother Rob Sosa, Richie and Helene Sosa, Frank Sosa, and Kim. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our hero, Steve Sosa. Anthony Irace, a beloved husband, father, and coach, was a former NYPD detective and a retired firefighter on the FDNY. On March 27, 2020, he passed away from complications caused by COVID-19. Anthony was also an alumnus of the CSI baseball team and wore number 7 when he played for the Dolphins in 1990. That year, Anthony was a part of the only team in CSI baseball history to make it to the NCAA Division III Regionals. Anthony was a fixture in the Little League circuit on Staten Island as well. He coached several years watching over his son at Mid-Island Little League and remained on the board of directors even after his son had finished playing there to lend his support. He was also a coach for the Titans, a travel baseball organization on Staten Island. Joining us today are members of Anthony's family: wife Melissa, loving daughter Alexa, son Anthony, who is a member of the CSI baseball team and will be wearing number 7 in honor of his dad during today's games. Mother and father-in-law Rosemary and Chris Kelly, brother Roy Iracy and his wife Lisa, sister Tony Ann Cowher, aunt and uncle Marianne and Paul Tornaby, nieces Lauren, Lisa, and Ashley, and cousins Ron, Kathy, and Gabriella. Ladies and gentlemen, our hero, Anthony Iracy. Anthony Varvaro, a local Staten Island baseball legend who attended Curtis High School and St. John's University, pitched in the major leagues for the Mariners, Braves, and Red Sox before becoming a Port Authority police officer. Anthony died on September 11, 2022 in a vehicular crash on his way to work. For years, Anthony would come to the CSI gym during the winter to work out with the baseball team in preparation for his spring training. He was always just one of the guys and made everyone around him feel important. During practices, Anthony would throw live BP to the batters, giving student athletes a chance to hit against major league pitcher. Gestures like this left memories that are priceless to those who experienced them. Anthony also served as the president of the Snug Harbor Little League and did many speaking appearances for anybody who asks. Joining us today from Anthony's family are his wife Carrie, sons Johnny, Christian, and AJ, daughter Savannah, father T, mother Paulette, brother T, nephew Jordan, mother and father-in-law Barbara, and Jimmy Thompson. Ladies and gentlemen, our hero, Anthony Varvaro. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would like to welcome CFO Christina Maida and COO Antonia Longo from TLC Physical Therapy, as they would like to present a $1,500 check on behalf of TLC as a contribution to today's fundraiser in the memory of our heroes. At this time, we ask that Melissa, Debbie, and Carrie join us on the field for a photo. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome CSI's baseball head coach, Mike Morrow, to the field.
Well, what can I say? Thank you so much for coming today. It's a very emotional day. It hits home because I knew all three of these guys, and excuse me. I don't even know where to begin. The community of Staten Island is like no other. You know, people can make fun of us all they want with these videos and shows that go on, but we know as a community that when someone's in need or someone's hurt or we need someone's back, we're there for each other. So I just want to say thank you for all that. I want to thank you guys for coming. I want to thank the families today for joining us. It's just a small part to keep the memory alive of these three great guys on Staten Island. That was huge in the sports world on Staten Island, and just huge personally for me. We got a raw deal. It's that simple. We got a raw deal that these three left us, and there's no other way to say it. It sucks. It really does. But there's a reason for everything, and we have to move on. But we don't move on without them. We keep their legacy alive as much as we can, because we know what they meant to all of us. And I just want to say thanks again to my company for sponsoring this. Thanks again for the Iracy, for the Vivaro and the Sosa family for being involved in this. Thank you for everyone involved. I want to thank the CSI moms that stepped up and did all these baskets and everything. This is something that I did not do. This is something that everybody chipped in with. I want to thank my team. I want to thank Alliance University. I kind of warned them that this was going to be a little different than a regular game. So a nice round of applause for you guys. Thank you for sticking in there. Lastly, I just want to say I just feel crushed a little bit today, because these are the kind of events, baseball and everything, these three men would have loved to have been to and be a part of. And it's our duty to try and keep this alive. And we're going to do this every year. And we're going to have scholarships in those three men's names every year, given to Staten Island kids that want to come to CSI and play baseball. I just want to say I love all you guys. Thank you so much for giving us the platform to do something like this. And I just want to say, I couldn't be more proud of how the Staten Island community has shown up and donated money and done everything I asked. No one has said no to me. So I love you guys, and thank you very much. You showed up. Come on over. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my closest friends here that never says no to me and who's so big on the community. Can you please welcome Teddy Atlas?
A few years ago, the borough president had asked me to help out with a problem on Staten Island with litter. They did pretty good with that, but the damn traffic, they didn't do a damn thing with that. I wish somebody would work on that. You know what I mean? I'm sorry I'm late. No excuses, but I'm here. I'm here because of what you're all here for. To remember these heroes. And because my friend asked me to come here. Obviously, he's the coach of the Staten Island College baseball team. Just not only good players, but just great people. Obviously, to do that, he has to know something about baseball. I hope you do. And he's got to teach those kids, obviously, about fielding, running, hitting. But there's more to being a coach than that. And every year, just before Thanksgiving, he brings his whole team. That's why I'm always going to answer his call. He brings his whole team down to my charity foundation to hand out 2,000 turkeys to people that otherwise would not have a traditional Thanksgiving dinner. And all those kids empty those trucks and put them into the cars and the vans and for the shelters and for the schools, for the hospitals, for everywhere that they have to go. And they get there like 6:30, 7 in the morning. They go to about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's a coach. A lot of people can teach baseball, but not everybody can take the responsibility to teach these kids about life and about being better people. So, I just wanted to say that about Mike. And the other thing is, you here remember these special people. And for me, the thing that happens in a moment like this It's a teaching moment. It's a loving moment. It's a giving moment. But it's a teaching moment. It teaches us that when we're talking about these three men, but when people live the right life, a selfless life, a giving life, a decent life, they're remembered. They're not forgotten. And in that way, they're never gone. Tomorrow's Easter. And happy Easter to everybody. But we understand what Easter stands for. It's the resurrection of Christ. For me, what I just said and why you're here is what eternal life is really, I believe, meant. That these people will live forever because of how they live their life. And because you will not let them die. That's eternal life. I have a $3,000 check from the Dr. Atlas Foundation to give to Mike to help with this, to help everything that you're doing here. Keep doing it. Keep teaching. Thank you. And I love you guys. You're the best.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask Steve Sosa's wife, Debbie, Anthony Iaresi's wife, Melissa, and Anthony Bavaro's wife, Carrie, as they will join us today and throw out today's ceremonial first pitches.
Everyone's all nervous about throwing it. Let's see, Debbie Sosa, let's go. First pitch. All right, we'll take it. All right, we'll take it. Right now, Steve is looking down and he's like, oh my gosh, what happened? Yeah, I know. Johnny, from the Bavaro family. Oh, let's go. All right. We're going to talk a little scholarship money after the game. Because that was ridiculous right there. We signed him up early. And now, hold on, the Iaresi family. All right, you cheating. How about just hand it to him? All right. Hey, nice round of applause, please. I've had a nice hand for the wives of our heroes today.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to meet today's starting lineups. First, for the visiting Warriors of Alliance University. Leading off, the center fielder, number 86, Alex Camillo. Batting second, the left fielder, number 12, Eric Bittinger. Batting third, the shortstop, number 1, Fausto Leonardo. Batting fourth, the first baseman, number 27, Darnell Guerrero. Batting fifth, the second baseman, number 2, Rocco Nappi. Batting sixth, the right fielder, number 24, Sam Abreu. Batting seventh, the third baseman, number 3, Matthew Victoria. Batting eighth, the designated hitter, number 8, Jameson Miller. And batting ninth, the catcher, number 21, Joe Kearney. And on the mound for the Warriors, number 5, Nicholas Karavich. Head coach for the Warriors is Andre Navarez. The assistants are Tavis Brunson and Mike Santori. And now, the starting lineup for your CSI Dolphins. Leading off, the center fielder, number 8, Michael Kehoe. Batting second, the first baseman, number 24, Shendi Ulaj. Batting third, the designated hitter, number 20, John Castiglio. Batting fourth, the catcher, number 44, A.J. Bigliotti. Batting fifth, the third baseman, number 9, Vincent Weigel. Batting sixth, the right fielder, number 30, Tyler Martinez. Batting seventh, the left fielder, number 7, Anthony Irisi. Batting eighth, the shortstop, number 2, Nick Cipoletti. And batting ninth, the second baseman, number 3, Jake Myers. And on the mound for the Dolphins, number 18, John Esposito. Head coach of the Dolphins is Mike Morrow. The assistants are James Marticos, Matthew Bowers, Michael Sullivan, and Thomas Leno. The team manager is Daniel James. And now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise for the presentation of colors by the FDNY Color Guard, the FDNY Pipes and Drums, and the Port Authority Pipes and Drums, and remain standing for the singing of the national anthem. And now, ladies and gentlemen, singing today's national anthem will be 18-year-old Lizzie Fitzpatrick. Lizzie is a native Staten Islander and a musical theater student at Cortland University.
At the twilight's last
At this time, we will now retire the colors.
And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex. Joe Foreman rejoining you as you just got a look at our Heroes Day 2023 pregame ceremony presented by TLC Physical Therapy. And I am joined by our master of ceremonies from this year's event, Nick Bavona. He is on color commentary with me here today.
Joe, it's great to be here for Heroes Day, a very emotional pregame here at the College of Staten Island. But it is certainly a great day for a baseball doubleheader between Alliance University taking on the CSI Dolphins. Dolphins trying to end their losing streak today. A very emotional day, as I've said. Could be great to get them 2 wins today against the Warriors.
Dolphins honored Steve Sosa, Anthony Iraci, and Anthony Varvaro ahead of first pitch today. Our pregame ceremony got underway about 30 minutes ago. So a lengthy ceremony, well worth it, as there are quite a few spectators gathered here, numbering in probably a few hundreds, if not maybe 1,000 people. A great turnout here at the CSI Baseball Complex as we got the opportunity to remember the lives of Steve, Anthony, and Anthony. But Nick, as you said, there is baseball to be played here this afternoon. The Dolphins will look to end a losing streak. The Warriors will look to end a losing streak. CSI comes in 8-17. Alliance comes in 1-30. The Dolphins send their ace to the mound in John Esposito.
And Esposito has been realistic, as you said, Joe, the ace of this team, and they really need a good effort for him out of this first game of this doubleheader. Both teams are trying to end a losing streak, so something does have to give. Someone will come out away with a win and end their losing streak. The Dolphins are trying to make that push towards the end of the season for a playoff spot, so they really could use, it's a non-conference game, but they really could use these wins.
No question about it. As we mentioned, John Esposito on the mound. The numbers for Esposito on the season in 6 appearances and 5 starts. Esposito has pitched to a 2-3 record with a 4.72 ERA in 34 1/3. He's allowed 43 hits, 20 runs, 18 of those earned. He has walked 16 and struck out 36. Opposing batters hitting at .316 against him.
Esposito will look to keep these Warriors bats and get a nice strong outing for the Dolphins. They'll look to maybe see him go a long way in this game as they look to get a huge win today in game number 1 of this doubleheader here for Heroes Day.
Keep in mind, a pair of 7-inning games today in a non-conference doubleheader. Esposito getting the start here in game 1. We suspect that perhaps Ryan Kehoe is due for a start in game 2. Perhaps Christian Rice may be in line to start, but Dolphins have 7 innings to get through before they think about their Game 2 starting pitcher. And Esposito will look to continue what has been a strong season for him. His ERA up around 5, but I think, Nick, that's a product of him being pushed very late into games to try and save that Dolphins bullpen and to try and record key outs. There's nobody they trust more than Esposito.
Well, we'll talk more about that after this first pitch. That's a strike for Esposito. You saw it on Sunday, realistically, in that game against Malloy. Esposito went late in the game, and unfortunately for him, it cost him a couple runs. And unfortunately for CSI, they lost in walk-off fashion in the bottom of the 10th inning. You've seen a lot of Esposito going the distance in these games. Sometimes it goes good for him. Sometimes it could go shaky for him. Dolphins are hoping for a really good start today.
He's quickly ahead, 0-2 on Alex Camillo. Comes the 2-strike pitch. And that is swung on and missed. And it's an early punch-out for John Esposito.
Nothing more you can ask out of your starter. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, 1 out for the Dolphins.
Camillo flailed at that last pitch as Esposito quickly records his first strikeout of the game. Eric Bittiger headed to the plate. He fouls that one back.
Said Joe, a great crowd here at the College of Staten Island. Could not have asked for better weather. It is windy, but a nice sunny day here on the College of Staten Island.
Comes the 0-1, and that hits Bittiger. First base runner of the game for Alliance.
Early base runner for Alliance, as you said. So that brings up Fausto Leonardo coming up for the Warriors.
Leonardo comes in hitting .267 on the season. Esposito takes a look over towards first and delivers. That swung on and missed.
A lot of swinging strikes early on for Esposito. Looking for a double play ball here to get out of the top of the first inning.
We saw it on Wednesday. East Stroudsburg ran quite a bit against the Dolphins. And you know Esposito, who's already one of the best Dolphins at controlling the run game, will be keeping a close eye on the base runners today.
Yeah, and you saw right there on that pickoff attempt trying to get Bittiger at first, but he was able to get back in time.
0-1 the count, and that pitch sails high. Esposito comes set. Here's the 1-1. That's called strike.
Esposito looking for his second punch out of the inning to get a second out here. Up in the count, 1-2.
Esposito ahead of the Warriors shortstop. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And once again, he will check on the runner at first. Here comes the 1-2. And there's a swing and a miss for strike 3.
Esposito got him to chase on a fastball high and outside. And Leonardo's down for the second out of the inning. Brings up now Darnell Guerrero here with 2 away and a runner on first.
Guerrero comes in the second leading hitter for Alliance. .295 on the season. First pitch on its way from Esposito, and there's a big swing and a miss for strike 1.
Lions early in this game seems as if they are just a little bit late on Esposito's fastball. Another swinging strike, and it's 0-1.
Comes the 0-1. There's another swing and a miss. The runner is going. Throw to second. Sails into center field. And the runner will hold at second.
No chance for any of the Dolphins to catch that one. Bittiger gets into second base. And now the Warriors have a runner in scoring position, but Guerrero is now down 0-2 in the count.
Runner in scoring position, 2 outs, and a 2-strike count for the Warriors' first baseman. Esposito 1 strike away from striking out the side. And there's another swing and a miss for strike 3. A dominant first inning for John Esposito on the mound. He strikes out the side, and the Dolphins will come to bat with no score in the bottom half of the first inning.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex. Joe Foreman rejoining you alongside Nick Bavona with the call of today's non-conference doubleheader between the Dolphins and the Warriors on this Heroes Day 2023. It was a 1-2-3 top half of the first inning on the mound for John Esposito. And his counterpart, Nicholas Korovich, will take the mound for the Warriors. He comes in having appeared in 10 games, 7 starts. He's pitched to an 0-5 record with an 8.12 ERA. That ERA leads the Warriors among qualifiers. He's also thrown 3 complete games. In 51 innings, he's allowed 63 hits, 55 runs, 46 of those earned. He has walked 34 and struck out 52. Opposing batters hitting .309 against him.
And he's facing a very good bat at the top of the CSI order as Michael Kehoe leads it off with that .349 batting average on the season, Joe.
Kehoe second on the Dolphins in batting, trailing only A.J. Vigliotti. And Kehoe looks at a strike.
We saw Kehoe make a lot of good defensive plays against East Stroudsburg on Wednesday. So not only doing it with his bat, also doing it with his glove.
Took the words right out of my mouth, Nick. Highlighted that during the pregame. As I wasn't sure if that was called a strike or if the home plate umpire signaled away. Strike goes up on the board. That certainly misses outside.
Kehoe trying to protect the plate here, down the count 1-2.
Pitch on its way. That's chopped to third. Handled cleanly. Throw a bit low. And it's scooped out over at first base by Guerrero for the first out.
You said, Joe, nice scoop at first by Guerrero. A low throw from third base. Nonetheless, the Warriors get out number 1 here in the bottom of the first inning.
Here's a look at that last play.
Shendi Ulaj coming up for the Dolphins here. Takes the first pitch ball.
Ulaj also among the Dolphins' leading hitters. We actually spoke to Shendi yesterday. Is eager to come on the Dolphin pod. And I asked him, is it Ulaj or Ulaj? He said, both are okay. Did not have a preference.
Okay.
From the time he came on, I always said Ulaj, but I think I'm in the minority. Comes the 2-0 pitch, and that's it well out to left field. That ball carrying toward the fence, and it's over the head of the left fielder, Bittiger. Ulaj is into second base, standing with a one-out double, and the Dolphins have their first hit and first base runner of the game.
Shetney sending that one into left center. Gets a nice double to lead, with one out here in the bottom of the first inning. He's been hitting a hot at bat as of late, too, as the rest of these Dolphins are. And now John Castiglione comes up with a great RBI opportunity here with one out in the bottom of the first inning.
Ulaj put a charge into that one as it landed just shy of the warning track in left center field. A rare occasion today where the wind is blowing left to right. Ulaj hitting that one against the wind as John Castiglione looks at that pitch out of the zone.
Seeing it a lot from the Dolphins the last couple of games where they attack early in the game and get some runs. A great chance here to get the first run of this game here for Castiglione.
Comes the 1-0 pitch. And that breaking ball's in for a strike.
See a lot of that early on from Korovich. A lot of off speed in this first inning.
Castiglione comes in hitting .222 on the season. Has been back in the lineup regularly as of late. Hat's hit in the air, foul territory, and out of play.
Now, Joe, the only thing I'm worried about is with the amount of people today, there is some cars in the first row and the second row, so
of course,
I have to be very careful.
Of course, we hope it's not the case,
Yeah.
But with all of the vehicles in that front row, you just have to think it's only a matter of time. Hopefully, none of those cars take one to the windshield. That's hit hard to short, tough hopping. That's into left field. Leonardo couldn't handle it, and we'll see how they score that.
Now, Joe, I'm going to ask you, they're going to mark that down as a base hit. I would tend to agree with that call.
I agree as well, but we will get a look at the replay.
Very tough hop on the ground ball.
I agree, and for that reason I'd give it a hit, but let's just say that I used to be a lot more strict in my scoring. Now, our camera angle shifted at a poor time. We actually could have left that where it was, and you would have gotten a better look at that play over at short. As it stands, the Dolphins have a pair of base hits in this opening inning. Runners on the corners, one out. And A.J. Vigliotti takes a strike.
I would not be surprised to see if maybe Castiglione tries to attempt to steal second base to avoid the double play ball here and get first base open for Vigliotti.
I would be surprised only because I don't think Castiglione and Ulaj are the two players you want in a rundown. If it was Kehoe on base, I'd be more inclined to think that Castiglione could run, but he has a nice sized lead. You could be right.
Not to see here on 0-1.
And Vigliotti hits one just foul.
Just by a few inches. That one went fair. Potentially could have brought home both runners.
It certainly wasn't foul by much.
Can't say more about the CSI freshman this season. He has been unbelievable with his bat.
Hit one of the longest home runs we've seen here at the CSI Baseball Complex against Malloy a couple of weeks ago. It was actually a week ago yesterday as Vigliotti looks at that pitch low.
Sergio just nearing the new soccer field. Just hitting the tarp that's there. They try to pick off Castiglione at first base, but he's back in time.
Now, Vigliotti hit a long home run against Malloy. There was a home run hit against the Dolphins on Wednesday that may have been the longest we've ever seen. It reached the new soccer field, not just the track. Count even on Vigliotti at 2 balls and 2 strikes here. Vincent Weigel on deck. Comes the 2-2. There's a swing and a miss by Vigliotti for strike 3.
Another off-speed pitch from Korovich there. And you got Vigliotti fooled on that one. And now a huge second half for the Warriors. It'll be up to Vincent Weigel to try to keep the inning going for the Dolphins.
Coming into this game, Vigliotti had struck out just 5 times in 65 plate appearances. First pitch to Weigel on its way, and that's fouled back.
Another CSI freshman that's having himself a nice first year here with the Dolphins.
Comes in hitting .345 on the season, right behind Michael Kehoe. Comes the 0-1. Runner going. And that was swung on and missed. Castiglione does move into scoring position. Base hit here could score 2.
Great chance for Weigel here, but down in the count now, 0-2. I believe Korovich going to try to throw something off speed to try to get him out of the inning.
He got Vigliotti on a nice breaking ball. Comes the 0-2. And that is down in the dirt. Marquise does. One ball and 2 strikes the count on the Dolphins' third baseman. 2 out in the home first. 2 in scoring position. Korovich comes set. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And that misses down and away.
Last pitch, try to get him something in the dirt. This one on the outside. And now it's 2-2 for Weigel.
Weigel with a good at-bat here. He's battling. First base is now open. That was not the case when Weigel came to the plate. And he looks at a called strike 3. Another good breaking ball from Korovich gets Weigel looking, and the Dolphins are turned aside in the home first inning. We are through 1 from the CSI Baseball Complex. No score between the Dolphins and Warriors.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. And I could sit in the book bag, like facing backwards and look like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex. No score between the Dolphins and the Warriors. That pitch is in for a called strike. Leading off the second for Alliance is Rocco Nappi. Nappi comes in hitting at .270. He chops one on the ground to short. Cipoletti waits for it, plays it on the hop, and throws out Nappi for out number 1.
Good job by Cipoletti to set his feet and make a strong throw to Ulaj for the first out of the top of the second inning.
John Esposito struck out all 3 batters, or I should say, 3 of the 4 batters he faced in the first. Both teams moved at least 1 runner into scoring position in inning number 1. Dolphins stranded runners on second and third. Alliance stranded a runner over at second. There's another big swing and a miss. This time by Sam Abreu.
Like what you've seen so far from Esposito with all these swings and misses from the Warriors offense.
Esposito's strikeout rate is high. And there's another big swing and a miss by Abreu.
Very quickly down the count 0-2. Esposito looking for another strikeout here.
Abreu, the leading hitter for Alliance coming in, 359 on the year. And the 0-2 is fouled a bit too close to our camera for comfort. Better over there than toward me.
We don't want another incident that we had a couple weeks ago.
No, we don't. The windows are closed today.
For multiple reasons.
Yes. It's a bit chilly, as that's hit well out to right center field. But the catch is made by Martinez, and there are two gone.
Martinez was playing shallow right field and was able to track down that line drive from Abreu. And quickly, there's two away here.
Dolphins have gotten some very good play in the outfield this year. We know Dom Castiglione is a good defensive player. He's out right now. But both Martinez and Kehoe have done a really good job patrolling the outfield.
There's another swinging strike for Esposito.
Dolphins also have good defensive outfielders on their bench. We saw Michael Crocco in the game the other day. Perhaps as strong an arm as any on this Dolphins team. There's a checked swing strike. Very quickly, Matthew Victoria is behind 0-2. 0-2 on its way. And that's in for strike three called. Esposito with his fourth punch out. And it's a quick 1-2-3 inning for the Dolphins starter. CSI comes to bat. No score heading to the bottom of the second.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor.
It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
Tyler Martinez will lead off the home second inning for the Dolphins. No score between CSI and Alliance.
6, 7, and 8 coming up for the Dolphins here in the bottom of the second inning.
Dolphins had an opportunity in the first. Failed to score, stranded two in scoring position. As Martinez looks at that pitch down and away for ball one. Another hit for Shendi Ulaj in that first inning. Hit for John Castiglione as well. For baseball, not mistaken, this non-conference doubleheader is their final non-conference action of the season. Dolphins will undoubtedly be in the mix for a playoff spot. But right now, that is largely dependent on their performance next weekend against Mercy College.
They really need that series against Mercy coming up. Should be some great action between those two teams. And a lot of intensity should be in those games with a playoff spot potentially on the line.
Martinez takes a strike now for the Dolphins. I think one thing that works in their favor as we move toward the stretch run of the season, the two conference series that they've played already were against teams that made the playoffs, as Martinez lines went into shallow center. That's down for a base hit. And the Dolphins have a leadoff base runner, but CSI will take on two teams, or I should say, they've taken on two teams that were in the conference playoffs last year. They have games coming up against teams that did not make the playoffs.
No, Anthony Iracy coming up to the plate for the Dolphins, and we know that he would like to make a huge impact on this game today.
No question about that. Anthony wearing number 7 today in honor of his father, the late Anthony Iracy. Anthony of the Dolphins, a junior. Not a junior in terms of class, a junior in terms of name. His father also a former Dolphin. Runner going from first, and that's ripped toward the left field line. Foul ball.
Dolphins almost getting a perfect hit and run there. Just going foul, and Iracy's down the count now, 0-2.
Had to pass a message next door as Iracy hits here with a 2-strike count.
Martinez going again.
And that shot through the right side for a base hit. Martinez will go first to third, and the Dolphins have runners on the corners with nobody out.
That was perfection on that hit and run, or some might say the run and hit, Joe. A nice job by the Dolphins there. First and third, nobody out. Nick Cipolleti with a great RBI opportunity here.
Here's a second look at it as Iracy drives this ball through the vacant hole on the right side. We kept the camera where it was to get a better look at second base as the runner was going, but Iracy made that foot race to the second base bag a moot point as he drives a base hit through the right side of the infield. Dolphins now have runners on the corners, nobody out. And that pitch sails way upstairs to Nick Cipolleti.
Could not have asked for a better hit and run for CSI. Now Cipolleti will try to bring home at least one runner here. First and third, nobody out for CSI.
Cipolleti comes in hitting .274 on the season. And they will check on Iracy at first. But that base hit, Iracy is climbing up the Dolphin ranks in batting average. That should put him well into the mid-250s, if not 260s, placing him right behind the man at the plate.
And you could see during this at-bat, Iracy's taking a nice lead at first base. Trying to throw Korovich's mindset off on this at-bat with Cipolleti.
I have a feeling they're not going to let Iracy get too far off the bag. He's running. Throw goes to second. And that ball is off the glove and brought back in by the shortstop, Nappy. I should say the second baseman, Nappy. It was off his glove. I thought he lost it into center field, but he was able to juggle and regain possession.
And a good thing he did keep possession of that. Otherwise, Dolphins would have gotten their first run of the game there. Now, a single for Cipolleti could bring home 2 runs.
Dolphins not a team that typically runs too much. Cipolleti takes ball 3, but here today, they've been looking to run often.
Now 3-0 in the count. First base is open. Jake Myers could have a potential bases loaded opportunity if Cipolleti walks here.
3-0 the count on the Dolphins shortstop, and he takes a strike.
Korovich looking for a huge out number 1 while preventing that runner from scoring from third. Behind the count, though, 3-1 now.
Pitch on its way from Korovich. And And that's flared out into shallow right center field, and that is down for a base hit. Martinez in to score, Iracy right behind him, and it's a 2 RBI single for Nick Cipoletti. The Dolphins lead it 2-0.
Nice little bloop single for Cipoletti into right center field. Dolphins take a early 2-0 lead as they got some good base hitting here in the bottom of the second inning. Now their 5th hit of the game, and now a mound visit for the Warriors.
Dolphins can't ask for much more at the plate to start this game. You said it, Nick. 5 early base hits. Those have produced a couple of runs. And the Dolphins have an early 2-run lead. Conference at the mound for the Warriors. Alliance comes in with a very small roster. A large chunk of their players have played in the field and pitched this year. Korovich is not one of them. And you have to think he's going to have a very long leash in this game. He is certainly the ace of this staff.
And now quickly behind in this game 2-0. So he needs to regroup right here. And you're right, Joe. They're going to ask him to do as much as he can in this game. But needs to focus now on trying to get some outs here with a runner on first. And now Jake Myers coming up to play for the Dolphins.
Myers comes in just 10 of 55 on the year. Good speed over at first with Cipoletti. We'll see if he looks to run. There he goes. Throw to second. Not in time.
What you talked about, Joe, we don't usually see the Dolphins steal a lot of bases. But early in this game, that has been their go-to plan. It led to 2 runs early in this game. Now I have potential another RBI right here for now Myers at the plate.
0-1 the count on Myers. That's down low.
Dolphins will have the top of the order right up after Myers. So Korovich really looking to find some outs here with the dangerous parts of the CSI lineup coming up to bat.
Comes the 1-1. It's chopped on the ground to second. Hop is handled, and Myers is out at first. Cipoletti will move up to third.
Well, Myers does the job, at least moving the runner over, and now giving the top of the order for CSI a great chance to bring home Cipoletti. It's Michael Keogh coming up to bat.
Dolphins will have a shot to get a run home with an out here. And there aren't many other players the Dolphins would rather have at the plate in this spot.
Infield is in for the Warriors. Try and prevent that runner from coming home.
That pitch misses badly for ball 1. Kehoe is 0 for 1 at the plate in this game. Grounded out his first time up. Comes the 1-0. That's hit in the air, but well foul. Now, Nick, if you take a look toward the parking lot, notice anything different?
A couple people moved.
A lot of people moved.
But there is still some cars there, Joe, so there's still something to look out for.
In that second row, yes. In the first row, no.
Yes.
Comes the 1-1. It's a swing and a miss by Kehoe for strike 2.
I think it's a mix-up. They saw the first foul ball go, and they said to themselves, you know what? Not going to risk it today.
Wise decision. Shouldn't risk it any day.
Nope.
1 ball and 2 strikes, the count on Kehoe. That breaking ball misses high. It's been the go-to pitch for Korovich with 2 strikes, that breaking ball.
Has been so far good for him with this breaking ball, but we'll have to see what he does here on 2-2. Maybe try to force Keogh to chase something and get a big second out.
And the 2-2 is sliced foul.
And you can see, Joe, everyone is looking towards the parking lot every time a foul ball is hit.
You can see spectators pointing towards where they are parked as those foul balls travel into the lot. Count remains 2-2. And once
Here we go again.
That is fouled toward the parking lot. Oh, boy. Is that public safety?
I think we're good.
We are good by about 5 or 10 feet.
Yeah. I think they're good.
I think that white vehicle might be public safety.
They had to stop mid driving, as that's now ball 3 to make it 3-2.
A game within the game as our spectators scramble for preferred parking.
Always to no park in that third lot when you're watching any CSI baseball action here at the baseball complex.
Arrive early.
Yep.
And the 3-2 is hit on the ground to short, and that is booted as it rolls into shallow center field. Kehoe is still running. He heads for second, and he is in safely.
Heads up base runner from Michael Kehoe, and just really lackadaisical defense from the Warriors. Leonardo not only gets an error, but he was going very slow. He was doing a light jog to go pick up the ball, and it cost the Warriors there, as now the Dolphins have a runner on second, and now a 3-0 lead.
The error costs Alliance a run, and then the lack of urgency chasing after that ball cost them a base. There you see Kehoe hustling all the way, and you love to see that if you're the Dolphins. Warriors can't be happy with how that last play turned out.
We saw Shendi Ulaj with his first at bat with a nice double into left field. Does that again, he'll bring home the runner from second.
Comes the 1-0 to Ulaj, and that's a strike. Dolphins are ready with 3 runs home in this game, still working in the bottom of the second. Ulaj already hit one almost all the way to the fence. Long double his first time up.
Head in the count 2-1 here.
Two and one on its way. And Ulaj went around there.
Huge 2-2 pitch for Korovich, trying to get a second out of the inning. Keep this game within reach for the Warriors.
Big pitch here for Korovich. Comes the 2-2. That misses low. Korovich has had a tough time putting these Dolphin hitters away. He's gotten ahead in 2-strike counts several times, but hasn't been able to put many of these Dolphins away.
Pull Ulaj away here on 3-2 as he fouls that one away.
There's that breaking ball again. The more you're forced to throw that pitch, the more likely it is that you'll eventually make a mistake. Count remains full on Ulaj. Korovich with a few looks towards second. Here's the 3-2. And that ball is crushed down the left field line. But that is well foul.
Joe, you almost spoke it into existence. Another off-speed pitch from Korovich, and Ulaj waited on that one, just hits it very far left for a foul ball. Count remains 3-2.
Well, you know Shendi wants to be our TLC physical therapy player of the game.
Yes, he does.
Comes the 3-2, and he fights off another one foul.
Good at bat by Ulaj nonetheless here. Worked the count full at 3-2. A couple foul balls he's hit and now remains in this count. Trying to bring home Kehoe from second to give a Dolphins potential of 4-0 lead.
Another 3-2 pitch on its way. That's hit in the air. Down the first base line and into the seats, foul.
Went under the bleachers, so no souvenir on that one.
It's up to somebody to go find that baseball. The question is who? Is this 3-2 pitch number 6?
I believe it is.
We'll see if we have the pitch track on our live stats. Here comes another 3-2. And Ulaj takes ball 4.
Korovich looking for strike 3 call on that one. Just misses it. And a great at-bat by Ulaj to work a walk and bring up John Castiglione.
10-pitch at-bat for Ulaj there. And that 3-2 pitch was the 5th. We were close. 4 straight foul balls, and then ball 4. John Castiglione, the batter. He's 1 for 1. That pitch is fouled away.
It'll be an 0-1 count to Castiglione here. First and second, 1 away. He's 1 for 1 on the day. Try to bring him an RBI here. As he fouls that one back. Count now goes to 1-2. Korovich a strike away from a big second out here. As he misses outside, they throw it to first base to get Ulaj, but he's back in time. Count now going to 1-2. As Castiglione hits that one foul. And into the spectators. Almost hitting one of the raffle tables that are here today for today's Heroes Day fundraiser.
All right, I'm back. We had a visitor at the door. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. John Castiglione at the plate. Dolphins with 2 on. 3 runs already home here in the second. No action in the Warriors bullpen. This inning belongs to Korovich. Korovich with a pair of looks towards second. Both runners are going. That's it on the ground to short. And the throw is in time to get Castiglione, as that was another chance over at shortstop for Leandro.
And that double steal attempt really saved the Dolphins there. Could have been a potential double play ball for the Warriors, but instead now, second and third 2 away. Now Vigliotti coming up. Great chance to bring home 2 runs here.
I said Leandro, my mistake. Leonardo, not Leandro. Though we do have a Leandro on the Dolphins over at soccer. That's my excuse.
You're allowed excuses.
Good. 2 gone now here in the home second, as A.J. Vigliotti looks at a strike.
Listen, you're braving through the elements today, especially this whole week.
It's been a very, very long week. It might be a record for the amount of events I've covered in a 7-day period.
Joe, that was very close to hitting a car. Very, very close.
That's very unsurprising. Quickly, a 2-strike count on Vigliotti. Dolphins once again with 2 in scoring position. Here comes the 0-2. That's down in the dirt.
But you say it's been a lot of action here at the College of Staten Island. We had softball yesterday. Dolphins splitting that doubleheader.
If we go back to last Friday, I had baseball on Friday, football on Saturday, football on Sunday. We had Monday off, Tuesday off, Wednesday baseball, Friday softball, and baseball today. Of course, football is not College of Staten Island related, but I was there on the call nonetheless. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count on Vigliotti. And that is hit hard through the left side for a base hit. 1 run is in. Here comes Ulaj, and he is in standing. It's a 2 RBI single for A.J. Vigliotti, and the Dolphins now lead it 5-0.
Looked like another off-speed pitch from Korovich there. Vigliotti waited on it, got a nice single into left field. 2 runners score. 5-0 Dolphins as they get their 6th hit of the game now here at the bottom of the 2nd inning.
There you see that base hit by Vigliotti. Korovich went to the breaking ball to get Vigliotti swinging. In AJ's first at bat, he would not be fooled by the off-speed stuff again on that pitch. And he drove it through the left side for a hit.
You mentioned it earlier, Joe. It was only a matter of time before the Dolphins start to figure out that off-speed pitch. Now they're starting to get it and time it perfectly. Here in this bottom of the 2nd inning, they now have put all 5 runs in this inning.
That pitch misses low for a ball. And like I said before, Nick, when you have to throw that pitch a lot to get outs, oftentimes you're more mistake-prone as the game goes on. It also gives the hitters a chance to see it more, as you mentioned. And the Dolphins have taken full advantage as the pitch count for Korovich continues to rise. I mentioned it during the pregame. Alliance has another non-conference doubleheader early next week. After that, they're off for 5 days. And then they return to conference play against Dominican. So the Warriors do have the chance today to use a lot of pitching without it hurting them too much. It certainly won't interfere with any of their conference series. Same goes for the Dolphins, who are off until next Friday following today's game. Another full count here, this time on Weigel.
Now, of course, Vigliotti to now be running on the pitch here. 3-2 with 2 away.
Vigliotti without a big lead here. There he goes. That's in the dirt for ball 4.
Korovich again could not find that 3rd pitch strike to get out of the inning. That pitch count, as you said, Joe, is starting to really rise here. Still no action up in the Warrior bullpen.
He is very quickly approaching 100 pitches. He's at 71.
And the Dolphins now, they have batted around in this inning.
First pitch to Tyler Martinez is fouled back, and those were some nice-looking jerseys hanging on the backstop, and they're now on the ground.
At least one of them is on the ground.
Stephen Curry and Aaron Judge. Let's just say if a Foreman Osborne wins the raffle, we know who it was.
I don't know, Joe. We might have some competition. I might want to try to win one of those.
That is a Golden State Warriors City Edition.
Yep.
And a pinstripe Aaron Judge Yankees jersey with the last name on the back. How do you feel about that?
Well, you saw me wear that on Monday, so...
So you don't need that one?
No, not really.
Okay. I see what looks like another New York Yankees item a couple spots to the right.
There seems to be a lot of Yankee stuff today, obviously, but a lot of good items here for today's raffle 50-50 for today's fundraiser.
Still plenty of time to come check it out. This is, of course, the 2023 Heroes Day game. More appropriately, I should say games, as we will play 2 today.
I believe the 50-50s are stopping at the top of the 7th inning.
Hurry up, as Martinez swings and misses for strike 3. So you have a brief commercial break to get down here to the CSI Baseball Complex and purchase your raffle tickets. I might follow you. We'll be right back. Dolphins lead 5-0.
NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
And we are back from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins with a 5-run lead for John Esposito. It's not often Esposito gives up 5 runs in a start. He has a nice cushion to work with early in this game.
And he had to wait a very long time in between innings. Dolphins batting around in that previous half inning. As you said, Joe, they got 5 runs as they were swinging a miss for Miller.
Warriors hoping the long layoff impacts Esposito. Comes the 0-2. And Miller just got a piece.
Count will remain 0-2.
As you can see, the Dolphins are wearing some new custom uniforms. Stars on the right sleeve, stripes on the left sleeve, red jerseys. Where does this rank among the Dolphins' fits?
I really like
it.
Years? I really like it, honestly. I don't mind it at all.
Neither do I. Definitely superior to the pink jerseys with the blue pants.
Yes. Yep.
No question. I think if the pink jerseys are not being worn with black pants, they need to be retired.
And plus, they're all wearing white pants as well with it, so it's a really good touch with the jersey they have on. And plus, you have the teal light blue hats they have on as well. So going full American with these jerseys.
I think they could do with a different hat. Outside of that, I agree with you. I really like these. Now, the one thing I have to say, looking at these uniforms, is that I feel like there should be a hot dog eating contest on the property during the game with these uniforms. Just saying. It's bulking season. I might win that one.
Maybe.
Foreman Osborne wins. That's chopped to the right side. Handled by Ulaj. He throws to first. Esposito covers, and there are 2 away.
Quick start to the inning for Esposito. 2 gone immediately. And now the Warrior top of the order coming back to bat.
Alex Camillo will be the batter. He looks at a pitch out of the zone. He was a strikeout victim his first time up. Comes the 1-0. That's lined the other way, and it's down for a base hit in shallow left field.
Cibollet did not have a play on that one. And the Warriors keep the inning going. Sperature will try to advance the runner here. Got on first last time up after he got hit by a pitch.
First hit of the game for Alliance. They have a 2-out base runner, and how aggressive will they be as that pitch is down in the dirt?
Would be curious to see, especially with 2 outs in the inning, but you are down 5 runs. And this being a 7-inning doubleheader, curious to see if they send the runner.
The man at the plate, the only Warrior to reach ahead of that base hit via the hit by pitch. That was back in the first. Bittinger now ahead 2-0. And that's it out to right center field. And that's down for a hit. Camille goes first to third, and just like that, the Warriors have runners on the corners with 2 out.
Keogh and Martinez will try to charge in to make the play, but it falls right in front of them. And another 2-out hit for the Warriors. And their first RBI chance, I should say, now coming out for Fausto Leonardo.
Now, we have a name for that in MLB The Show, those last 2 hits. Off the end of the bat, not solid contact. Perhaps a bit off balance was the hitter. We call those a flukem. As once again, Stephen Curry goes flying off the backstop and down to the concrete.
I don't know, Joe. I think Aaron Judge is proven to be the superior athlete between the two. He's not going.
The hanger broke. That foul ball broke the hanger, affixing the jersey to the backstop.
That is very impressive.
Do I get a discount now that the jersey's been on the ground?
Say Foreman Osborne's not going to be happy with that.
Foreman Osborne's a reseller, so those items need to be in pristine condition, as that's in for a strike. Opportunity here for Fausto Leonardo to atone for that error. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runner going from first. And that is in for a called strike 3. Another strikeout for John Esposito. He strands 2 on base, and the Dolphins maintain a 5-0 lead heading to the home third.
Stop to make sure someone is okay. Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us.
To intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org. And that ball's hit well. Deep left field.
and foul. Anthony Iracy nearly delivered a solo home run. That was a bomb off the bat.
First pitch swinging, Iracy. You said, Joe, that one took a good shot into left, just going foul.
Just as we came back from break. And Iracy is now behind 0-2. Wow. This place was ready to go wild.
Certainly would have been a feel-good moment there. So that was on the outside.
One ball and 2 strikes the count. That's taken high.
Iracy part of the hit and run his last time up in that 5-run second inning for the Dolphins.
Comes to 2-2. That's to the backstop.
And from 0-2 to 3-2, good at bat by Iracy here.
Bullpen action, Nick. Lewis's thumbs don't work. He can't text us. As Iracy looks at a called strike 3. We know Sal Caruso wants a headset. He's seated next to us now. Rumor has it he doesn't need a headset to get involved in the broadcast. Those are just rumors, though.
Only speculation.
He is responsible for these picture-perfect lines on the field. That's grounded to second. And there you see Nick Cipoletti doing some damage to that beautiful first baseline.
Some would say Sal has some great technique, Joe.
Some might say that is great technique, and he's passing that technique on to the next generation of field liners. He learned from the great Joe Masha. Those of you who were tuning in last year might remember at softball, we saw the expert technique of Mr. Masha working on the batter's box on the infield. He did it all.
Man of many trades.
Athletic communications coordinator, as Nick likes to say, the ACC of the ECC.
Mm-hmm.
I had another name for it. We'll keep that to ourselves. 2-0 the count. That's inside, and I think that caught Myers on the elbow. And he will take first base.
And that's why it sometimes pays off to have an elbow guard. So that one hits Myers on the elbow, and now Keogh coming up to the bat, trying to keep the inning going for the Dolphins.
Well, Korovich was on the brink of his first 1-2-3 inning. That won't happen now, as Lewis said, my bad. He's now using his index finger since his thumbs don't work.
I'm not sure how to comment about that.
I think the correct response was, I take full responsibility. At the plate here is Michael Kehoe. He's ahead 1-0 as the throw goes to first. So, Sal, I just heard you say his name. Are you in the Ulaj or Ulaj camp for Shendy's last name?
I would say Ulaj.
Another Ulaj. I'm the only one who says Ulaj.
Well, he told Joe yesterday that it doesn't really matter. He's okay with either one.
He said, as long as I get to come on the Dolphin Pod, you can say my name however you want. And he was serious.
He was.
Now, on the show, which hasn't premiered a new episode since our postseason wrap-up last month, I've been promising a co-host for quite some time. Originally, Sal was penciled into that spot. Every week I'm getting bombarded with messages as that's grounded to the left side, and Leonardo has no play. It's an infield hit for Kehoe. But I've been bombarded with messages asking, where's your co-host? Where's Sal? It's been 5 episodes and nothing.
Apparently he's ready whenever.
The truth is, I don't know when, Sal.
Okay. So suddenly they're like, I can't do it because I'm busy.
We'll have to coordinate with Shendy and set up our next episode. Alberto's also scheduled to come on once the esports playoffs quiet down. He's coming on. We'll have to ask Alberto what he thinks about what you just said once he's on the show.
No, for that's fine.
Sal's response, what do you have to talk about with Alberto? Ouch. Okay, Sal. Comes the 1-0. That's outside.
Shendy up in the count 2-0 here. Try to bring home a runner here. Increase the Dolphin lead.
Well, as I said yesterday, Nick, if I sound a bit congested, it's because I am, as that's hit a mile high out to left field. And the catch is made in foul territory for the final out of the inning. Dolphins strand 2 on base once again. Our score remains Staten Island 5, Alliance nothing.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and look like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, we have a prodigy. So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we are back for the road 4th inning. Alliance trails CSI 5-0. Darnell Guerrero leads things off, and he swings and misses for strike 1.
Dolphins had a chance in the previous half inning to bring home another run. Korovich was able to get out of it, and Esposito comes out here at the top of the 4th inning with still a 5-0 lead.
Back-to-back hits for the top 2 batters in the Alliance order during the previous inning. Nothing more. John Esposito has been rolling right along in this game. 6 strikeouts, just the 2 hits allowed, no walks, no runs. And that misses for ball 1. Matthias Glassell was warming up in the Alliance bullpen earlier. That was when Lewis tried to motion to us. There's a swing and a miss. Now, the scoreboard had 2 strikes. That is apparently incorrect. At least I thought they had 2 strikes. Maybe it was just me. Either way, it's 2-2. That misses low. It was just me, Nick?
No comment.
Smart man. Smart man, this Nick Pavona. Here comes the 3-2. There's a swing and a miss. That is strike 3.
The only time I corrected you was the one where the runners were in motion a couple of games ago.
Well, you didn't correct me.
Well, I said it, and then you asked after. I said yes.
To paint the picture for those who missed it, a couple of games back on Wednesday, There were 2 runners on, and on a pitch that I believe went down as strike 3.
It did.
The pitch went down as strike 3. The runners were in motion. I called the strikeout and did not see that both runners had advanced. Nick then proceeded to say it. While he was speaking, I was working on our live scoreboard, changing camera angles, and engineering the broadcast. So I then noticed during the next at-bat the runners had advanced, not hearing what Nick had said, only to realize after the fact that Nick must have said it. I could tell by the look on your face. And sure enough, you did. And Esposito has strikeout number 8 right there.
Esposito is cruising through this game now. 8 strikeouts, as you said, Joe. And it's only the top of the 4th inning to 3 2/3. Trying to get a final out here to make it 4 shutout innings going into the bottom of the 4th inning.
Rocco Nappi went down quickly on strikes. Now Sam Abreu at the plate. And he takes a big cut and comes up empty for strike 1.
It's been a good pace for Esposito, too. I mean, we've said it a lot of swinging strikes from the Warriors. Have not really been able to touch Esposito in this game besides the 2 hits.
That's hit hard. Diving stop by Cipoletti. He comes up throwing, and he got Abreu at first. What a play by Nick Cipoletti, as the Dolphins then tarnish it just a bit by launching the ball into their bullpen. Nonetheless, a great play by Cipoletti for the 3rd out. CSI leads 5-0.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experiences possible.
And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex with the Dolphins lead at 5-0. Pitching change for the Warriors to open up the bottom half of the 4th inning. New pitcher Matthias Glazel enters the game for Alliance. He comes in having appeared in a team-leading 19 games already this season. This is appearance number 20. He has the lone win for Alliance. He's 1-4. In 30 1/3, he's pitched to a 15.43 ERA. He's allowed 59 hits, 63 runs, 52 of those earned. He's walked 26 and struck out 13. Opposing batters hitting at .421 against him. First pitch to John Castiglione, misses for ball 1.
Facing the 3, 4, and 5 hitters for the Dolphins here in the bottom of the 4th inning. So certainly not an easy task for him, especially with the Warriors down 5-0.
Castiglione is 1 for 2 in the game as he looks at a strike. Comes the 1-1. And that's hit well to deep left field. Down the line. Foul ball.
Dolphins have been very close to a couple in this game. Another shot down the left field line going foul. And now a 1-2 count for Castiglione.
Nick, that was awfully close. The wind is now blowing right to left, which may have been just enough to send that ball foul. And that is chopped foul down the line.
One of the better starts offensively the Dolphins have had all season. 7 hits already in this game. Castiglione almost made 8 on that foul ball.
Comes the 1-2. That breaking ball is hit in the air. Mile high on the infield. Foul territory. There's a nice catch in foul ground to record the out. That was Kearney who made the play.
Kearney now only have to deal with the wind, but the sun on that play. Just able to snag that one down to record the first out.
We've seen more than one catcher lose that play in foul ground before. Very nicely done by the Warriors backstop. And the food has arrived. Well, Sal knows I get mine first. They're 1 roll short, so he has to go back. But, Nick, you can pass that plate down this way. I'll get to work in between innings. 1 away now in the home 4th. A.J. Vigliotti, the batter. That's hit over to third. And off the glove of the third baseman and into left field. We'll see how they score that. Likely a base hit and an error as Vigliotti is on with his second hit of the game. And Victoria just couldn't handle that one along the line.
Vigliotti taking advantage, though, nonetheless, getting into second base. They're giving Vincent Weigel an RBI opportunity here.
That will bring Vincent Weigel to the plate.
Now,
Weigel
Joe,
is 0 for 1.
Now, Joe, in between innings, we're going to have to get your rating for your role and see if you like it or not.
Well, they get a bit of a break because it came out of the Villamonte food truck.
Right.
But I think it says even more if it's really good. So we'll see.
I'll have to give a slice review like Dave Portnoy during in between innings.
We'll have to get a camera in the booth. 0-1 the count. And Weigel hits one toward the middle. It's cut off. And the throw to first is in time for the second out. That ball was hit hard.
That was a tough play, but a good job by Nappy to track it down. Almost a single for Weigel. Able to take a step and make a good strong throw to first. As Tyler Martinez will try to keep the inning going for the Dolphins and bring home Vigliotti from third.
Nappy made that play deep in the hole. I wasn't sure he'd be able to get there. Glazel had to take evasive action as well. Tyler Martinez looks to strike. He's behind 0-1. Comes to the plate 1 for 2 in this game. Comes the 0-1. And that breaking ball catches the inside corner.
He is not happy about that call. He's now down 0-2.
That was a big hook right there. And Nick, look who's here. As that's hit into the glove of a diving Nappy.
Oh, wait.
And they're going to say he dropped it, then recovered, and threw out Martinez. So I wasn't sure if they were going to call that. He had it for about a second or two, let it go.
He went to show the umpire that he had the ball. When he did that, Joe, the ball came out.
We'll take a look at it on replay, but to walk you through what just happened, that was initially caught on a line by Nappy at second. And as Nick said, he went to show the umpire that he had it and lost it in the process. Really tough to see on that replay. Martinez thought he was out. In his defense, so did I. But the play resulted in an out nonetheless. And the Dolphins are turned aside in the 4th. CSI over Alliance 5-0, headed to the 5th.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
And we are back for the fifth inning from the College of Staten Island. John Esposito working on a shutout. He's allowed just a couple of hits through the first four as he falls behind 1-0 here to open the fifth. That pitch is in for a called strike. At the plate is Matthew Victoria. Victoria is 0 for 1. Was involved in that play over at third during the previous inning. That actually should have went on our scoreboard as the second Warriors error. It did not. The official Dolphins hit tally remains 8, but 2 hits and 2 errors for Alliance. You will see that reflected as we head to our next break. Comes the 1-2. That's fouled away.
Joe, you were mentioning someone arrived here during the previous half inning, but the play at second base prevented that conversation from happening.
So it is Danny the Dolphin who has made his way into the CSI baseball complex. Now, Danny does have a number 17 Dolphins jersey as that pitch is swung on and missed. The question is, they had to cut a hole in the back for him to wear that. Is that Danny's official jersey, or did they go with 17 because of the circumstances surrounding today's game on Heroes Day?
That's a good question. I'm not 100% sure.
If Danny typically wears 17, that's very fitting. Esposito, meanwhile, picked up another strikeout. His first pitch here is in for a called strike. At the plate now is Jamison Miller. He's also 0 for 1. That's fouled away. On a day where we have a lot of spectators gathered in the vicinity of the visitors' dugout and at the entrance to the complex, we've had a lot of foul balls hit in that direction.
A lot of souvenirs being hit here at the College of Staten Island. But of course, everyone is trying to track those down, give it back to the players.
Souvenir for a brief moment, right back to the dugouts after that. Comes the 1-2. That misses low. Five runs scored in this game, all in the home second inning. Comes the 2-2. That's hit in the air. On the infield. Weigel moving in, and he's got it.
Almost a collision between Weigel and Myers. And the way Weigel caught that was very, very dangerous.
Yes.
So, thankfully able to catch that one to record the first out. But we said it, Joe, it's a very sunny day, so you have to also not only can deal with the windy conditions, but also deal with the sun that is here today.
Well, you have to be very careful on a play like that, especially here at CSI. A lot of wind. Don't take it for granted. And on the infield, you have to be very demonstrative in your call for that ball. And we saw nearly a collision there. I think that was Myers and Weigel.
It was.
Myers pulled up just in time. He came all the way over from second base. And you once fouled back.
You can see the wind. Look at the Aaron Judge jersey. It just keeps rocking back and forth.
It's calling your name, Nick.
It might
Did you use a second one?
Maybe.
It's waving right at us.
I have a number of Yankee fans at home. Maybe that could be a jersey for them.
Could be yours if you get here in time.
Maybe.
That pitch skips about 20 feet in the air, and Castiglione has it on a hop.
That counts it out?
I don't know. It depends. Did it hit the dirt or the shin guard for the catcher? Castiglione also a catcher. Showing off the hands right there. One ball and 2 strikes the count. And Kearney swings and misses for strike 3. That will do it for the top half of the 5th. Esposito keeps rolling right along in the Dolphins' lead, 5-0.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
Bottom of the 5th from the College of Staten Island. Anthony Iracy leading things off. And he takes one above his head as he ducks out of the way for ball 1.
He was very close his last time up, Joe, to hitting a home run. Just going foul.
We've seen probably 3 or 4 fly balls to deep left field that have gone just foul. As that's sent into the seats, out of play.
And into the parking lot. Action in that parking lot. Only the parked cars. I see a lickety-split truck, Joe. I might have to go after there after this game.
I will certainly be going there after this game. There's no question. CSI Baseball doing Heroes Day right today as they got a chance to remember Steve Sosa, Anthony Iracy, and Anthony Varvaro pregame. Big shout-out to the event sponsor, TLC Physical Therapy, as well. They've played a big role in helping to organize this event. You see their logo in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. It will remain there throughout the game. Though I have to say, Nick, it really does look like that logo is a part of the field.
It does.
Perhaps that was an accident. Perhaps it could be a bit fainter in order to blend in better with the infield dirt, but looks pretty good as Iracey draws the walk.
Of course, TLC, one of our backdrops that we had for basketball this season. We thank them for all their contributions here to the College of Staten Island, as you mentioned earlier.
They've been great to us all season long. They presented our pregame ceremony on Heroes Day.
Apparently that hit him, Joe. Did not walk. Cipoletti drills that one to left field, but again, just the wind taking it down for the first out of the inning.
You know, Nick, I was looking at the count, and I thought that could not have been ball 4. We'll take a look at the pitch by pitch from that at bat in just a moment, but we're talking about quite a bit here, and sometimes I get lost in thought and conversation, forgetting to engineer the broadcast. Not something I'm used to doing. I've never done it in the past, or at least didn't do it in the past regularly. I've engineered every game this season for the most part.
I certainly got a first-hand look at it this past Sunday when I was calling the doubleheader action against Malloy. So it does get a little bit tough.
You and I, jack of all trades.
Some might say that.
So Iracey was hit on a 2-2 pitch.
So we both lost our track of thought. We thought it was a 3-2 count. It was not.
The truth is, I didn't think anything. I just assumed he walked.
I try to give us the benefit of the doubt.
There goes Iracey for second. Throw down. In time. I don't know about that, Nick.
I don't know about that call.
Well, I do have a very famous line, and I'm about to break it out again.
Oh, boy.
I almost would like to say, I do know, and I know it was wrong, but we have the benefit of replay, and we'll get a look at it.
We need Nick Durst here for that call.
Mike Morrow can't believe it. Neither can I.
The throw was definitely on target, but
we have a very good look at it. I intentionally did not switch the camera, so we're going to try and get a look once the action stops. Now, it looks like Mike Morrow is going to have an extended conversation with the infield umpire. Here's a look at it.
You see Iracey still at second base, waiting to see if the call will get overturned.
Very tough to go frame by frame. We will slow it down a bit more.
Call on the field will stand. So Iracey is out at second base.
Oh, Nick, that's a terrible call. Sorry, that's a terrible call. In live action, I thought for sure he was safe. The replay only confirms my initial instinct. We try and give the umpires credit where it's due when they get the call right, and we had that yesterday, a very good call on a ball hit to the outfield fence. We initially thought it was caught, but the ball came loose and was trapped against the fence after the catch had initially been made. That was over at the softball diamond, and the home plate umpire was right on top of it, and he doesn't have a great angle. But he made a good call, made it quickly and emphatically. There was no question about it. We gave him credit. Right there, they got it wrong.
We like to say a lot, never a dull moment when it comes to calling these baseball and softball games.
Count now 3-1 on Jake Myers. Iracey was the runner thrown out at second. After this, it's back to the top of the order with Michael Kehoe on deck. And that misses for ball 4. That is a walk.
That for sure is a walk.
Yes, that is a walk. And we're sure about it this time.
Michael Kehoe comes up. Top of the order, back up for the Dolphins here as they try to get a 2-out rally and add to their lead.
And they will check on Myers, and I have a feeling that they're going to pay a lot of attention to him. Will that stop him from running?
That would be interesting to see. It looks like Myers is taking a decent lead.
My guess is that it will not stop him from running and that at some point in this at-bat he will take off.
I thought for a second I hit the lickety-split truck.
Well, that would be a travesty because that needs to be there for me in between games. And if that truck is gone in between games, I will be very upset.
Question is, Joe, what are you going to get from the truck?
Vanilla cone.
Okay.
That's it out to straightaway center, and that is down for a hit. Myers moves up to second, and Michael Keogh is on with a 2-out single, his second hit of the day.
Nice job by Keogh. He's had himself a nice day at the plate. Keeps the inning going for the Dolphins. Shendy Ulaj will have a great opportunity here. Trying to keep the inning going, bring home the Dolphins' 6th run, maybe even a potential 7th run if something can get into the gap.
Shendy stepped out of the box. We got another look at that last base hit. And Shendy takes a strike. I think it's all but set in stone that Shendy will be on the Dolphin pod before the season is over. It's a matter of when.
Exactly.
He's certainly in the running for TLC Physical Therapy Player of the Game. And that's hit well out to left field, and that is a fair ball as it rolls all the way to the fence. 1 run will score. 2 runs will score, and the Dolphins now lead it 7-0.
Well, we spoke about it. If Shendy were to get something into the gap, both runners would score. He now adds to his team lead now as the Dolphins have a 7-0 lead in this game. And with that hit, Joe, now you got to believe he's really adding to the performance of potentially being the player of this game.
Our camera feeds got switched backwards. We were on the wide shot, and then once Shendy got that hit, we went to the pitcher-batter cam, but you see both runs come in to score. That ball ended up rolling all the way to the fence. And Nick, I know Shendy wanted player of the game. Right now, I think he's the front runner.
I think he has to be.
No question. Pinch hitter is Thomas Martin as they throw behind Shendy at second, and he gets back.
So John Castiglione's day is done for game number 1. As you said, Thomas Martin now coming up to plate, trying to add another run for the Dolphins.
Comes the 1-0. That's chopped on the ground to short. Throw across the diamond. Scooped once again at first. And it's in time to get Martin for the 3rd out of the inning. But not before the Dolphins score 2 more. Their lead is now 7. Our score, Staten Island 7, Alliance nothing.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor.
It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
And we are back for the top of the 6th inning here at the College of Staten Island. John Esposito facing the top of the Warrior lineup, as that one is called for a ball 1-0. Danny the Dolphin taking pitchers behind home plate with some of the spectators here. Great day here at the College of Staten Island for Heroes Day, as Esposito on the 1-0. It's fouled off back to making that 1-1.
Well, Nick, I'm back. I got my photo with Danny. The question is, are you Team Danny or Team Easter Bunny? Because they're both here.
Oh, Joe, it's tough because Easter is tomorrow. I mean, I never like to root against Danny the Dolphin, but I think it'd be unethical for me to not pick the Easter Bunny.
Well, I will say, they don't make chocolate Danny the Dolphins, so.
That's true.
I do enjoy a good chocolate Easter Bunny.
Maybe we have to invest in something like that for CSI.
Maybe. That'd be a nice marketing tool. That one's hit hard, and it gets past Dulage and into right field for a base hit.
That might have to be something we bring up to the higher-ups here at CSI. You never know. That could be...
This booth has been the birthplace of some very great ideas. Just saying. Ask me to name one, and I'd probably say we can't repeat them on the air.
Correct.
Mostly in the form of inside jokes.
Yes.
I think
we definitely have had a couple in this game.
My Twitter handle is one that came from this booth. Foreman Osborne.
Yes.
An all-time great.
I've heard he's something of a meteorologist, statistician, jack of all many trades.
That's right. Comes the 1-0, and there's another big swing and a miss. That last base hit to lead off the inning belonged to Alex Camillo.
Now, Joe, if you took a picture with Danny the Dolphin and not the Easter Bunny, that would mean that you're Team Danny the Dolphin.
Well, College of Staten Island does write my paycheck.
Shouldn't he having trouble with that one? And he goes foul.
However small it may be. Just kidding. It's hard to believe that it's been now almost 8 months since I came back. Almost one season in the books as athletic communications coordinator. Of course, succeeding our friend Joe Masha, who's now over at Wagner College, Division I.
And I know you're looking forward to the Hall of Fame ceremony on the 20th in a couple of weeks.
You can get your tickets at csidolphins.com/HOF. That's our Hall of Fame landing page. All of the latest information about this year's ceremony can be found there.
Oh, Joe. They didn't call him out on that one? After the play we had in the previous half inning? Come on. I hate to talk about the umpires like this, but...
Well, as I said, we have the benefit of replay.
Yeah, we need to see a
Nick,
replay.
In the defense of the infield umpire, that one was much, much closer.
It was.
But Esposito, unfazed, picks up another strikeout.
Like I said, I don't like to dwell on the umpires and stuff like that. It looked like the tag got there in time. But at the end of the day, it's a stolen base for the Warriors.
Well, Esposito now has 11 strikeouts, and we are going to take another look at that in just a minute.
Nick Perez is now pinch hitting for the Warriors here with 2 away. And fouls that one off to be behind the count now 0-1.
Let's see if we can get that replay in time. That was much closer. Much closer. I could have seen that call going either way. Much closer, Nick. I could have seen that call going either way.
They probably heard you through my microphone. You were muted for
They probably did. If my voice sounded a little bit off, it's because it is. Working through a bit of a cold. We soldier on.
You are a trooper.
Yes, but as I was saying before the attempted stolen base, Esposito has 11 strikeouts. He's now 1 strike away from a 12th, but the 2023 CSI Athletics Hall of Fame induction ceremony will take place on April 20th at the Sports and Recreation Center. You can get your tickets at CSIDolphins.com/HOF as Esposito has strikeout number 12. There are 2 away, but soon-to-be Hall of Famer Pat Daddio in attendance today.
Just about to bring that up.
This year's class features Pat, Tony Petoza, Joe Barresi, Melissa Gilardi, Caitlin Flynn, and Jordan Young. Swing and a miss once again for the Warriors, as they've had no answer for Esposito. This is Darnell Guerrero at the plate.
You will be there for that Hall of Fame as the master of ceremonies for that one.
Less than 2 weeks away now, as Esposito gets ahead 0-2. Esposito 1 strike away from a scoreless 6th. And he's got it. Strike 3 swinging once again, as John Esposito now has 13 strikeouts in the game. His team leads by 7. Our score, Staten Island 7, Alliance nothing.
NCAA Division II community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Nick and I coming back from break after discussing our go-to ice cream order, as we are now 6 outs away from hitting the lickety-split truck.
We're hoping this game ends at a lickety-split.
The Dolphins sure hope so. Yeah. The Warriors might have something to say about that, as A.J. Vigliotti takes high.
Speaking of for the Dolphins, John Esposito now, I believe now 13 strikeouts going into the bottom of the 6th inning. Will definitely be out there for the top of the 7th. Last time we saw him, both of us I should say, in action, he had that great game against Queens College in which he had double-digit strikeouts and was just so close to getting that complete game shutout. He'll have a chance to do it in the top of the 7th inning.
Well, he came in with great strikeout numbers on the season entering today's start. Had 36 strikeouts in 34 1/3. Last year, he ended the season with an 18 strikeout effort. If this was a 9-inning game, he might have a chance to get there again.
Yep.
That's fouled away by Vigliotti. Count's now full.
It's never a good sight to see when people are gathered around near pretty much one of the dugouts. Someone says heads, and you have to protect yourself because you have no idea where the ball is.
Watch out.
So not only deflecting the players away, but some of the spectators. As that one hits Vigliotti, and he's on first base with a hit by a pitch.
Not a walk.
Not a walk.
Now, it's better to be in a position where they're screaming heads on a foul pop-up than it is to be in the parking lot where someone shouts windshields.
I've said a couple of weeks ago on one of the broadcasts, we had an incident last year where that happened, and someone's windshield got cracked because of foul ball. So we say it a lot. You have to be very careful when you're coming to these games. And Joe mentioned it earlier. Definitely arrive early. Try to find some parking.
You also have to be careful sometimes with the drivers on campus. Not to say that our campus community is not safe and having traffic laws enforced, but Nick and I both damaged our bumpers on the same day, to our shame.
Yep.
Pulling into a parking spot, the concrete divide was a bit higher than the standard, so you could not pull your front bumper over it. Nick and I had some damage.
Thankfully,
both of us.
My brother was able to help me out with that one. As that one gets by the shortstop, he goes into the left center, and both runners for the Dolphins are going to advance, and they're going to send Vigliotti home.
How about that? As that ball was deflected out into left field, and it just kept rolling in no man's land, that's going to be, I thought initially, a base hit for that tough hop. We'll see if they score it that way. But the Dolphins now lead 8-0.
I think it's a close call. I would lean towards error, especially considering the effects of that had happened after. But you're right, it was a hard hit ball to short.
Well,
so it'd be interesting.
You know me. I've gotten a bit softer on the scoring, but typically I'm pretty ruthless if it's score that an error. But I don't think in this case that's ruthless. Oh, yeah, it's an error.
No, it's an error.
I thought it was hit harder than that. It did take a tough hop, though.
It took a tough hop. He got set in place, but unfortunately a hit off of him, went into the outfield, and then there was a bobble in the outfield, which led to Vigliotti scoring.
So effectively, that's two errors. They did give it a hit, Nick. They gave it a hit and an error. They gave a hit on the ground ball for the tough hop, and then an error to allow the run to score.
Okay.
Dolphins will take it. Count here. 2-0 on pinch hitter Michael Crocco.
Michael will certainly take that, especially now with his batting average going up with the hit going on the board.
I'm sure Crocco's happy for his teammate, but he's at the plate right now. That was Weigel that hit that ball? Okay. Crocco ahead 3-0. He looks at ball 4.
Crocco comes in, sees 4 pitches, all balls, and he's on first base. Still no one out for the Dolphins.
He will take it. We do apologize for the lack of audio. For just a few moments, we had to pass a message next door. Anthony Iracy is the batter. He comes to the plate here with 2 on. Still nobody out. In the bottom half of the 6th, and he looks at a strike.
And when on base, Joe, he's been very active in the base running in this game. Will get on base here again and potentially get another RBI for CSI and increase their lead.
That might do it, but that ball won't get down. Throw behind the runner at first. And that was not on line as Iracy is retired. That will bring Nick Cipoletti to the plate. Dolphins slowly beginning to clear their bench, but Cipoletti stays in. First pitch to Cipoletti is well outside.
See in the Dolphin bullpen, Joe, Ryan Keough getting ready. Looks like he'll get the start in game number 2 of this doubleheader.
That's what we suspected, especially after neither Esposito nor Kehoe pitched on Wednesday.
And how about the last time we saw Ryan Keough? An unbelievable performance against Malloy, shutting them out 11-0 in that win against the Lions.
That was his second complete game shutout of the season. The shutout against Malloy, a 9-inning shutout. He had a 7-inning shutout against Adelphi earlier in the year. 2-1 the count on Nick Cipoletti. And that's hit well to deep left field. And that is over the outstretched glove of the left fielder Bittiger and all the way to the fence. That will bring home another Dolphins run, and CSI now leads it 9-0 on an RBI double.
Joe, do we bring in the Nick Durst call for that one?
Sip, sip.
Hooray! Nice double into left field for Cipoletti. Another RBI for him on the day to increase the Dolphin lead now. And Jake Myers now has a chance to bring home 2 more runs here if he can get a base hit.
Well, Nick, you read my mind. There's a reason I didn't say Cipoletti's name after I said RBI double. And you took the alley-oop pass and threw it down for the slam dunk.
Some might say we're the LeBron James and Dwayne Wade.
I wouldn't say that, but some might.
I wonder why you wouldn't say that.
Not a big LeBron guy.
I'll be LeBron. You can be Dwayne Wade.
I'm even less of a Dwayne Wade guy.
I was hoping you would say that.
I'm less of a Dwayne Wade guy.
I was hoping you would say that.
Quickly 0-2 on Jake Myers.
Carmelo was the best out of that draft class. Changed my mind.
As a Knicks fan, I'd love to agree, but the results just weren't there in the postseason for me, unfortunately. Now, the Knicks are on their way to the postseason.
They are.
And next week, or perhaps 2 weeks from now, I think, more appropriately, 2 weeks for the Knicks, since they won't be in the play-in, thankfully. But that ball's hit on the ground and through the middle for another Dolphins hit. 10th CSI run is in to score, and the Dolphins now lead 10-0.
Nice single up the middle from Myers, able to bring home the runner. Cipoletti stands at third base, and Michael Kehoe will have a chance to bring him home. Dolphins try to increase their lead now, and that base hit for Myers gives CSI now their 13th hit of this game.
RBI single for Jake Myers as the Dolphins keep the line moving here in the bottom half of the 6th. That pitch misses low to Kehoe for ball 1. Dolphins now have 10 runs on 13 hits. And as we've seen in past games, once a team builds a sizable lead late, it's station to station from here forward. So don't look for the Dolphins to score multiple runs on any base hit. Comes the 1-1. That's chopped to the left side and through for a base hit. Cipoletti is in to score. Myers moves up to second, and Michael Kehoe has an RBI base hit.
Nice job by Kehoe there. Gets another base hit on the day. Brings home Cipoletti. 11-0 lead for the Dolphins on their 14th hit of the game. We saw that game against Mercy, Joe. It was one of CSI's better games offensively to that point. Now with this game being in, this could potentially be better than that game that they've had against the Lions.
Nick, Shendi Ulaj at the plate. TLC Physical Therapy Player of the Game.
That's got to be racing through his mind right now.
Hanging in the balance. You know it's on his mind. You know that he wants to join us for a post-game interview. I don't know if the Player of the Game actually is going to come up here. But if he does, it's Shendi.
That would be interesting.
That would be an all-time post-game interview, I think.
Shendi's certainly eager to not only be the player of the game, but to be on the Dolphin pod, as you mentioned earlier. Had a chance at a home run earlier in this game. Looking to drive something into the gap once again.
That's popped up on the infield. The good news is I get to make the decision on who the player of the game is, and it's still Shendi.
That's true.
It's still Shendi. Though I have to look at the stats. We'll see. Ulaj is retired. There were 2 gone. Infield fly was called on that play.
We love those infield fly rules.
We do, and there's a very interesting backstory behind it.
There is. Our first call together.
Yes, that's right. It was our first call together. Hard to believe that was over a year ago now.
Yep. Point your ones to the sky. Classic.
It's a bit of a longer music selection than I expected.
Thomas just wanted to let everyone know he's a classic man.
And that ball is crushed deep left field and gone. Home run, Thomas Martin. Once again onto the track. A souvenir for the sprinters out there on the soccer field. And the Dolphins have broken this game wide open. They now lead it 14-0.
He's definitely a classic man after that one, Joe, with that 3-run shot. Number 33 brings home 3 to increase the Dolphin lead here at the bottom of the 6th inning.
What a shot by Martin. And him and his Dolphin teammates are fired up. Player of the game, perhaps?
Shendy might not like that.
Here's a look at that last swing once again. And that is as much of a no-doubt home run as we've seen. A.J. Vigliotti is the batter.
We talked about that home run that East Stroudsburg had on Wednesday. That might potentially have been longer than the one that I believe Victor Cruz had against the Dolphins.
Victor Cruz, a very easy name to remember. Of course, same name as a former New York Giants wide receiver.
I was expecting a salsa dance when he hit that.
That would have been something special, as that's hit well out to right field. That's a nice grab on the run. Out there in right field on that play by Abreu. And that's the final out of the inning. But the Dolphins, once again, score 7. They had 7 entering that half inning. They finish with 14, and they now lead the Warriors 14-0.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Top of the 7th inning here at the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins now with a 14-0 lead. 7th spot for the Dolphins in that bottom. The 6th inning, the biggest blow, the Thomas Martin 3-run homer to increase the Dolphin lead to 14. John Esposito is on for the 7th inning, looking for a complete game shutout to give CSI a win in game number 1 of this doubleheader, as that one is drilled into left field. And that is going to go over the head of Iracey, and it's going to be a leadoff double for the Warriors. That one hit by Rocco Nappi on that one. So a leadoff double for Alliance as they try to get their first run of the game. Now I'll bring up Sam Abreu, who caught the final out of the previous half inning. Esposito trying to finish this one off for the Dolphins and go the full distance. As Abreu hits that one foul, it's 0-1. Joe Foreman not currently with me on the call. There is a stats issue going on. Count is 0-1. And Abreu takes a big swing and a miss. And he's behind the count 0-2. Dolphins with 14 runs on 15 hits in this game. That last Alliance hit gave them their 4th. They're looking for their first run of the game. As Napi was in motion, but that one goes foul. So you mentioned it looks like Ryan Kehoe will be the Dolphins starter in game number 2. Kehoe had that spectacular performance against Malloy University a couple weeks ago. As that one is high and inside for ball 1. Dolphins looking for win number 9 on the season, as there's a big strikeout for John Esposito, as Abreu just could not get that fastball, and there's one away.
Third baseman number 3, Matthew Victoria.
And that brings up Matthew Victoria. And Victoria drills that one foul. And I think that hit off one of the top of the cars. Hopefully no damage on that foul ball there, as the count is 0-1. And again, another foul ball, and again, spectators looking towards the parking lot. And quickly, Victoria is down the count 0-2. Esposito looking for strikeout number 15 on the day. Oh, 0-2 pitch. And that one is high for ball 1. Esposito just around, it looks like, 86 pitches in this at-bat. He's up in the count 1-2, looking for another strikeout here. And that one is just fouled up by Victoria to keep the count 1-2. The raffles have stopped here at the College of Staten Island. No more ticket sales for that. A lot of great prizes here for today's Heroes Day fundraiser, as once again Victoria fouls that one back. Still 1-2 count for Victoria. The 1-2. And that one is called for strike 3. Another strikeout for John Esposito, and he is 1 out away now from the complete game shutout.
Number 8, Jameson Miller.
And that'll bring up Jameson Miller here with 2 away, runner on second. Esposito looking for the complete game shutout to give CSI the win. Mentioned it earlier, Esposito had that great game against Queens College, but allowed a run in the top of the 7th. And look right on point. Esposito flashes the leather, tosses it to Ulaj, and retires the side. And it's a complete game shutout for John Esposito, and the Dolphins take the win in game number 1 of this doubleheader, 14-0. Could not have asked for a better game from CSI all around. Defense was there. You saw a great diving stop by Nick Cipoletti earlier in the game, We had a 3-run homer from Thomas Martin the previous inning, and John Esposito going the full distance, getting the complete game shutout to give CSI their 9th win of the year as they beat Alliance in this one 14-0. Here's a last look at that last out, right up the middle, and a good job by Esposito to catch it, flip it to Ulaj for the final out of this game. CSI goes into game number 2 of this doubleheader with some momentum now after that 14-0 win over the Warriors. Now they'll have to see how Ryan Kehoe will fare in game number 2. It will be certainly a tough performance to, succeed after Esposito struck out 15 in that one, Joe.
Well, they call me Stat Man for a reason, Nick. I had to go rescue a live stats operation next door for another game going on down at the Softball Diamond. Not a Dolphins game. NYU renting the field today. They are the home team down the hill, but Nick, you said it. Big win for the Dolphins in Game 1. They will turn to Ryan Kehoe in Game 2. He has pitched very well this season. John Esposito adds yet another strong adding to his resume for the 2023 season, and the Dolphins take the win in Game 1 on Heroes Day in front of a capacity crowd. Couldn't ask for much more if you're the Dolphins here on your home field.
I mean, you got pretty much everything out of this game. Good defense, great offense, and great pitching. Dolphins had 15 hits in this game, 14 runs. Esposito goes the full distance with the CGSO. Dolphins now go into Game 2 with a lot of momentum as they try to sweep this doubleheader.
Dolphins will go for a second consecutive win on the day. CSI snapped their losing streak with the victory. Alliance will look to snap their losing streak in game number 2. A lot to look forward to here in the back half of our Heroes Day doubleheader. So once again, this has been Joe Foreman. Thank you to my broadcast partner, Nick Pavona, for carrying us through that 7th inning. He will rejoin me on color for game number 2. This is CSI Sportsnet coverage of NCAA Division II baseball. Dolphins over the Warriors in Game 1, 14-0. Game 2 coming up in approximately 25 minutes.
And we are back for game number 2 of today's doubleheader, Heroes Day, here at the College of Staten Island between the Warriors of Alliance University taking on the CSI Dolphins. Dolphins taking game 1 of this doubleheader 14-0 on a complete game shutout from John Esposito. Ryan Keogh getting the start in game number 2. See if he can duplicate what John Esposito did in game 1 as the Dolphins try to sweep this doubleheader.
Thank you for bringing us onto the air, Nick, as that's lined into left center field. That's down for a leadoff hit. And very quickly, the Warriors have their first base runner.
And it's going to be an error, too, on the Dolphins as it went by Martinez, who's out in center field. So a single and an error start off the game.
That will bring up Eric Bittiger. Leadoff hit goes to Alex Camillo. He advances on the error in center field. Dolphins have an early error. A pitch is taken outside. Dolphins with a big win in game 1. And that's fouled off the backstop.
We had all of our raffles announced in between games. Congratulations to all who won their prizes. And now we're here for game number 2. There's a big swing and a miss to make it 1 and 2 now.
When Foreman Osborne was announced as the winner, I had to discreetly make my way down, claim my prize.
Who won the birthday pool?
I forget. It wasn't Foreman Osborne.
Was it Joe Masha?
I don't know.
Perhaps. It could have been.
Word on the street is that in the past,
we certainly heard an interesting story about that.
In the past, raffles may or may not have been a bit suspect, as it was a joke that we played, but he was announced as the winner of one of our, I believe, golf outing raffles. He got halfway up to the stage only for the MC, Mike Morrow, to say, "Just kidding." So he did not win, though he thought he did.
We had Kelsey announce the winner of that pool.
They'll throw behind the runner at second, who gets back in time. Kehoe picked up his first strikeout of the game. Setting down Bittiger on strikes.
Had 11 of those in that 11-0 shutout against the Lions.
That pitch is in for strike 2. Starting lineup for the Warriors, 1 through 9, coming up after this pitch. Comes the 0-2. There's a big swing and a miss for strike 3.
Keogh now with 2 strikeouts here in the first inning. And once again, it looks like Alliance early on, a little bit late on the fastballs, just kind of similar to what happened in game 1 with John Esposito.
Lineup for the Warriors: Camillo, Bittiger, Leonardo, Guerrero, Nappy, Abreu, Holloway, Perez, Kearney.
Guerrero swung and missed on the first pitch strike.
That's fouled straight back.
Keogh looking to get all of his outs on strikeouts. Give the Dolphins a chance to get some runs in the bottom half of the first inning.
Alex Camillo, who led off this game with a base hit, was the only Warrior with multiple hits in game 1. Bittiger and Nappy each had a single base hit, and that was it. Just 4 hits in the game for Alliance. Comes the 1-2. And that's in for strike 3 called. And just like we saw in game 1, Ryan Kehoe strikes out the side in the top half of the first inning. Esposito did the same in his start earlier in the day. And just like game 1, we have no score headed into the bottom half of the first.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends, live sports and watch parties, to Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex, where Oliver Hernandez takes the mound for the bottom half of the first inning. Hernandez comes in having appeared in 12 games for the Warriors, including 9 starts. In 38 1/3, he's pitched to a 12.44 ERA. He's allowed 77 hits, 67 runs, 53 of those earned. He's walked 33 and struck out 23. Opposing batters hitting at .414 against him.
And he's going to be facing a Dolphin lineup that had 15 hits in game number 1 of this doubleheader, 14 runs on that day. Looking to get some more here in game number 2.
Michael Kehoe will lead things off for the Dolphins. Kehoe is 3 for 5 in game 1. Shendi Ulaj, A.J. Vigliotti, Nick Cipoletti all had multiple hits along with Kehoe in that game. You said it, 15 for the Dolphins. They scored 14 times. The last 3 coming on one of the longest home runs we've seen a Dolphin hit here at the CSI Baseball Complex.
Was a shot by Thomas Martin. That's 7-run, 6th inning for CSI.
Dolphins scored in 3 of the 6 innings in which they came to bat in game 1. 5-spot, a 2-spot, and a 7-spot. There's a called strike to Kehoe, and we spoke about it ahead of game 1, or I did anyway, during the pregame show, but Lions came in 1-30, a team the Dolphins certainly should beat. And the Dolphins could really, coming in, have used a win or two, heading into some big conference matchups against Mercy next week. They also have an extensive time off following this doubleheader. So if the Dolphins failed to pick up a win or even 2 wins in this doubleheader, that has to weigh on them heading into those games against Mercy.
Yeah, I mean, at least for the Dolphins, they get some time off during the stretch. So the good thing for the CSI is that one's fouled up by Kehoe. They didn't have to go to the bullpen in game number 1. If they could do the same thing in game number 2, it'll be a well-rested bullpen going into a huge series with Mercy next week.
A 4-game, 3-day weekend series scheduled for next weekend, April 14th through 16th. We will have game 1 and game 4 of that series here on CSI Sportsnet as Kehoe draws a leadoff walk. I've been told, rumor is, that Nick Durst will be making his baseball and softball season debut on Friday. He has not yet called the softball game, and he does expect to be on the air with me on Friday.
It's been a while since Nick Durst has been on the broadcast, so I'm sure he's certainly looking forward to that.
I'm sure our viewers are looking forward to his many Durstisms, as we like to call them.
Yep.
We dropped one in game 1 for him.
We did.
Will we get a chance to do it again? We'll see.
I almost dropped a couple yesterday while we were calling the softball action.
Opportunity missed.
Well, it was a mix of opportunity missed, and I didn't want to say one and then potentially get kicked off.
There's a good chance I would have thrown you off. I was congested to the point of being unable to continue yesterday after 2 innings at the softball diamond, and Ulaj takes a strike. But I'm probably more congested today, but being inside has made it much easier to deal with than it was outside at the softball diamond. So if my voice sounds off, that's the reason why. For those who have been loyal viewers since I got here, they've been watching our broadcasts here on Sportsnet for at least 7 years in that case. 1-1 the count on Ulaj. Unofficially, TLC Physical Therapy Player of the Game in Game 1.
He was very happy that I stuck up for him after the Martin home run.
Of course, TLC Physical Therapy sponsoring today's Heroes Day doubleheader. They also presented a check on behalf of TLC that will go to 3 new scholarships that bear the names of our heroes, Steve Sosa, Anthony Iraci, and Anthony Varvaro. Those scholarships will go to 3 Dolphins who will be joining the team for the 2024 season as Kehoe is going, and that throw is not in time.
A little bit of a bobble there at second base. It was a low throw. Kehoe was able to reach and now give Ulaj an opportunity to bring home a run.
Shendy's been very good in RBI spots. He's ahead in the count, 3-1. First base now open. That misses badly for ball 4 as it gets to the backstop, and Kehoe will take third.
And now Stephen Kalika coming up for the first time today.
Right fielder, number 22, Stephen Kalika.
Kalika gets a start in the outfield during this game. As I have to say, I love his choice of walk-up music. The Warriors will bring the infield in at the corners. They will play double play depth at the middle infield spots. Runner going from first. Throw down to second, not in time.
And now a chance for Kalika to bring home 2 runs here and give CSI another early 2-0 lead like they did in game number 1.
This is as much as we've seen the Dolphins run on the base paths in any game this year by far. There's a swing and a miss by Kalika. Kalika's gotten a lot of work on the mound this season. Has hardly hit. He has just 4 at-bats coming into today's game.
Certainly like them looking to make the most of his at-bats today in this game.
Kalika's had a lot of big hits for the Dolphins in the past. Played a lot of first base for CSI a couple of years back. Here comes the 1-2, and that's fouled away. Now, A.J. Vigliotti was unfazed. That ball wasn't too far from him. Dolphins dugout had a bunch of people gathered on that top step who had to take evasive action.
He's kind of like us when it comes to home plate, where we see a couple foul balls and we don't really flinch.
Kalika goes after that, pitch down and in lines and foul. Count remains 1-2. Unflappable. The Dolphins freshman A.J. Vigliotti. East Coast Conference Player of the Week. Pitcher of the Week, Ryan Kehoe, on the mound in this game. And Kalika takes up and away for ball 2.
We saw in game number 1 where the Dolphins forced a lot of pitches for Korovich, and it led to that 5-run second inning.
That's it on the ground. Stopped on the left side. Throw across the diamond, way off target. Throw coming home is high. And everyone is safe. The Dolphins take a 1-0 lead.
Really just not a heads-up play for the Warriors there. They were trying to run down Ulaj at second, and because of the rundown, it took too long, and Kalika was able to reach first base. And the Dolphins strike first with an early run here at the bottom of the first inning.
Well, the Warriors had the right idea. It was just very poorly executed. That ball was hit to the left side. And I think if they look the runner back to third and throw across the diamond, they get the out at first and keep the run from scoring. Instead, the ball at shortstop was held for quite a while. That's Leonardo over there at short. He held on to that for a bit too long, and that cost him any play. Dolphins take an early 1-0 lead. Now, did they give a hit for that?
They did not.
Okay. Just making sure. It's 2-0 count now on Vigliotti. He's firmly in the driver's seat here. That's chopped foul.
A little bit out in front on that one. Count now goes 2-1.
Yeah, they did give a hit on that, Nick. I thought so. Now, was that hit far enough to the left where you can give a hit on that? It's got to be a fielder's choice, right?
Yeah, I don't think I can classify that as a hit.
I don't think so either. We'll get that changed, as that misses for ball 3.
I think it's because, yes, Kalika does run, but if he just looks over the runner, he's got Kalika at first base.
He has him by a mile. I think once the play is made and made cleanly, it becomes a fielder's choice.
Yeah.
That hit has to come off. You hear that, Lewis? Hit's got to come off.
They don't have to take it off now.
Yeah, good point. As that's lined into right field for a base hit, Ulaj will come in to score. As that ball was bobbled in right field. I don't know if Ulaj would have scored had it not been for the bobble. But with that, the Dolphins take a 2-run lead.
A.J. Vigliotti continues to hit a hot bat for the Dolphins. Another RBI hit for him there. Dolphins now take a 2-0 lead here at the bottom of the first inning.
Well, Nick, I'll tell you, they haven't heard us yet because now the Dolphins have 2 hits up there.
We'll see if we'll fix that during the next break we have.
We won't see. We will fix it.
Well, we will fix it.
We are determined.
Yeah. I know you certainly are.
That's hit in the air down the right field line. Could be trouble if it's fair.
And it's not.
And it is not. That's strike 1 on Tyler Martinez. They didn't quite get the thank you over public address, but Sal Caruso and his staff have been hard at work all day getting 2 different fields ready, helping set up tables and the raffles. Sal definitely deserves a shout-out today.
Sal also doing the lines for the baseball field that we mentioned in game number 1.
Beautiful technique.
Beautiful technique.
He learned from the best.
He did.
That's not me, by the way. Though, if you ask certain people, they might say it is. Definitely not the best at lining the field, I can tell you that. That's it well out to right center field, and that will find the gap for an extra base hit. 1 run is in to score, and Vigliotti is held up at third. It's an RBI double for Tyler Martinez, and the Dolphins now lead at 3-0.
We'll start the game for CSI now. 3 runs here in the bottom of the first inning. They have an early 3-0 lead, and there is still no one out, Joe, so they can really attack for some more with Nick Cipoletti coming up.
Dolphins off to a red-hot start at the plate in this game. Didn't score in the first inning of game 1, but they got on the board early. Never looked back in that game. There's some chin music for Nick Cipoletti.
And it was not sweet.
No.
It was not sweet.
No.
Cipoletti had himself a nice day in game number 1, offensively and defensively for the Dolphins.
That play he made at short towards the end of game 1, fantastic play.
I mentioned it to you during one of our breaks. He had a really good play against Malloy as well on Sunday.
That's hit foul. And the count runs to 2-1. Now, we forgot to ask Shendy when we saw him after the game about that throw. After Cipoletti made that diving stop and threw out the runner at first, Shendy airmailed the ball back into the Dolphins' bullpen.
Well, you have to say that for the Dolphin pod then.
That's a good point.
We'll have to have a camera in the room and you have to replay it for him.
Well, there is no question that we will play one of Shendy's favorite calls, the home run he hit last year, as there's a diving stop at short, throw across the diamond, not in time, and a run will come in to score.
Nice job of running there from Cipoletti, able to reach first and add the 4th run of the game for the Dolphins as they now go on top 4-0.
Right now, it just appears that there's no light at the end of the tunnel for the Warriors. They have not come close to recording it out in this inning. As close as they came was when they looked the runner back to third. Probably needed to take the out where they could get it in that spot. There's a big swing and a miss right there by Christopher Hayes. So I think he may have gotten a piece to the backstop. Unless the ball just hit off the catcher's glove.
It hasn't been fouled because if he did, it would have been the runner wouldn't be able to come home.
Good point. As that one's off the catcher's glove, there goes Cipoletti, and he takes second easily.
Now 2 runners in scoring position for Hayes, so he's got a chance to bring home 2 more runs here for the Dolphins in the bottom of the 1st inning.
The Dolphins right now moving toward what could be their biggest inning of the season. That's chopped toward the middle, and that play is booted at short. The throw is high, and did that wind up in the dugout?
I think it did.
I believe it did. Both runs come in to score, and Hayes will take second.
And the inning gets worse for the Warriors now. 2 more for the Dolphins. They now go up 6-0 on the E6 there.
This is getting ugly. Still nobody out, and the Dolphins have already scored 6 times. Runner in scoring position, Brian Burkhead is the batter.
And there's no action up in the Warrior bullpen either.
Well, I said it before. The Dolphins had to expect to come into the CSI Baseball Complex today and at the very worst be highly competitive, if not to win both games. Anything short of a strong effort would have been disappointing. And so far, the Dolphins have delivered.
And especially on an emotional day like this, CSI wanted to come out full guns a-blazing, and they've done just that in these 2 games so far.
And that's it on a line straight to the first baseman. And finally, Alliance has the first out here in the bottom half of the first. That was Guerrero on the snag of that line drive. Ball was hit pretty hard. Anthony Cetera, the batter, and he takes ball 1.
Took a quick glance, Michael Keogh. His pants are very dirty, Joe. He's been very active in this game. And in game 1, too.
He's everywhere out there. Whether it's diving on the base paths, playing the outfield, as they do throw behind the runner there. Nothing comes of it.
Now behind the plate for his brother Ryan in this game.
We said it before. He made a couple of great plays earlier in the week against East Stroudsburg. Has been swinging the bat very well. Has been locked into that leadoff spot in the Dolphins lineup much of the season. And that's something that last year we didn't see as much of. The Dolphins really tinkered with the lineup, and we saw all different Dolphins batting leadoff throughout the year. Cetera looked to have fouled that one off his foot. But last year, if I'm not mistaken, Myers hit leadoff a bit, Cipoletti. I think Thomas Martin hit some leadoff last year as well.
I believe he did.
Dolphins went with a lot of different hitters at the top of that lineup to see what worked. And we've said it many times, this Dolphins team can certainly score.
As we now have a timeout behind home plate.
Looks like Michael Kehoe, who got on to start the inning, needed his batting gloves back. I believe he left them with his first base coach. Looks like that's James Marticos over there at first. As Cetera goes up the ladder and strikes out.
Now bring up Keogh.
For the second time this inning.
We saw in that 7-run inning in the bottom of the 6th inning for the Dolphins, they batted around in that inning. They do it again here, now this time in the bottom of the first inning, game number 2.
That pitch misses badly for ball 1. That pitch for Hernandez was number 42. And that misses for ball 2. Now, in game 1, Nicholas Korovich got the start. He was up in the 70s in pitches in the second inning. Hernandez on that same kind of pace right now. Here comes the 2-0. That misses up and in.
And quickly behind it in the count now, 3-0. With Shendi Ulaj on deck. CSI trying to add to their already 6-0 lead here in the bottom of the first inning.
Kehoe takes a strike. Well, I said it during game 1, Nick. The most important baseball the Dolphins will play this season is yet to come. You mentioned it, a highly emotional day today as the Dolphins honored Steve Sosa, Anthony Irace, and Anthony Varvaro, but some very meaningful games to be played moving forward as well, as Kehoe will drive in another run with an RBI single. Hayes comes in to score, and the Dolphins lead 7-0, but CSI will play some key conference doubleheaders down the stretch, and we've spoken about it many times before already. The Dolphins are playoff eligible as a Division II program for the first time in the history of CSI baseball, and you know the Dolphins really would like to get into the postseason as a D2 program and get their first taste of the East Coast Conference playoffs.
Especially in that big 4-game series next week against Mercy, it would be huge for CSI to pick up some key wins in that series, as we're pretty much towards almost the end of the season, as Ulaj now is up in the count now 2-0.
Well, in terms of home games, we're at about the midway point. I think our first baseball home game was scheduled for March 15th, if I'm not mistaken. Those games were not played. I think the first game we covered here at the CSI Baseball Complex was, I want to say, around March 25th? Maybe a little earlier?
Maybe a little bit earlier than that.
Was Queens the first game we covered? Of course we covered them at the Ferry Hawks. That was in early March. But I wasn't counting those. I'd have to check the schedule to see what our first official game here was. I believe it was the games against Queens, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. That would be March 26th.
It's hard to believe. Just over 2 weeks ago, our first home game. It seems like it's been so much longer, as Ulaj swings and misses for strike 2. Runner will be going on this next pitch as the count is full. 2 away here in the bottom of the first. There goes Kehoe. That's hit hard on the ground to second. Throw to first in time to retire Ulaj. And the Dolphins are finally turned aside here in the home first inning. But not before CSI scores 7 times. We have 4 base hits. The scoreboard has 5. We'll get on that as we head to break.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. events feature food and drink specials, live music, and the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
First pitch in the top half of the second inning. Misses for ball one. And that's taken away for ball two, as the Dolphins have jumped out to an early 7-run lead.
Long wait in between innings for Ryan Kehoe, but an early 7-run lead here in the second.
Dolphins had a big lead in game one as well. They led 5-0 behind John Esposito early in that game. The question is, do you consider perhaps, and I don't think you do, but I'm just throwing it out there, as right now it's a big Dolphins lead early once again, is there any chance you consider getting some other arms in this game aside from Kehoe with a 7-run lead if that lead grows?
It depends because you have, as there's a strikeout for Kehoe, it really depends because we know we've talked about a lot how big the series is next week against Mercy. You could hypothetically give Kehoe a couple innings and then just turn it to the bullpen, but I'm not sure how many arms they really realistically would want to use out of the bullpen. So that could be something to look into as this game goes on. But I'm sure Kehoe would like to try to pitch as much as he could in this game.
Well, I have a feeling that's the way they'll go, allowing Kehoe to go as far as he can. And he's off to a red-hot start already. 4 strikeouts for the first 4 outs. But just something to keep in mind is if you're leading by 7 after 1, you have to think there's a good chance that lead grows very large as this game progresses.
We'll have to see as the Dolphins try to keep this going. Kehoe now down this count 3-0.
Pitch. That catches the inside corner. We're in a very unusual situation here, as our viewers may have heard me speaking ahead of that last pitch, but if I mute my microphone to sneeze or whatever it may be, as that's hit deep to left, and that ball, I believe, is gone, and it is. Burkhead with a deke. It's a foul ball?
It's a foul ball.
Foul ball. By how much? By how much?
It was very close.
It was close. Okay.
The only reason I said this is I saw the batter coming back to home plate.
Okay, so it wasn't abundantly clear. I lost it in flight, but as I was saying, from time to time, you probably hear it on Nick's microphone. I've had to mute myself throughout the day. Still dealing with an illness here, but I did not reactivate my microphone and was speaking without a microphone on, so that can happen from time to time. Nick can still hear me as if I am unmuted, which is where the confusion comes in. Quickly 2 away here on the road, second inning.
Designated hitter, number 18, Kareem Holloway.
And Kareem Holloway will be the batter. Well, Nick, I think that's a first. Lewis says wait to recover there, Foreman. He doesn't know for sure that was a foul ball. Now, in 7 years of calling games here, I don't think I've ever mistaken a non-home run for a home run. I don't think that's happened.
It was really too close to call. I don't know. If the problem is we really realistically don't have a great look to see if it would be fair or foul. But the first base umpire signaled foul, and then Kehoe caught that pop-up to get the second out of the inning.
Our angle is not great for determining fair or foul, as you said, Nick. But I was reading Burkhead because I could not find the ball. How high was that hit?
It was very high in the air.
Okay. I lost it completely.
I did too.
Martin's home run was a no-doubter. That came at the end of Game 1. There were a couple more home run bids in that game. Anthony Iracy came very close to a home run. That sent foul.
Joe and I, we were both able to get our lickety split in between these games. So maybe a little bit of that ice cream helping a little bit of the illness that is going on with you.
Perhaps. I will say, money well spent. We got our chicken rolls earlier. We got our lickety split post game after Game 1. I just heard my name invoked next door as that swung on and missed for strike 3.
We'll have to find out what it is.
I can't wait. As Ryan Kehoe has put up a couple of zeros in the first 2 innings, Dolphins lead 7-0.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Bottom of the second inning here at the College of Staten Island. Dolphins lead this one 7-0. Stephen Kolika will lead it off for CSI.
Right fielder, number 22, Stephen Kolika.
The verdict is in, Nick. The Dolphins are off to a good start in this game. That was, of course, a homage to Stephen Kolika's walk-up music, My Own Prison by Creed. Bottom of the second inning here from the College of Staten Island. CSI with a big 7-run lead. That's chopped foul.
Kolika able to reach first base last time on the fielder's choice.
Depending on who you asked.
Depending on who you asked.
If you were asking the people with the right information, he did indeed reach on a fielder's choice.
Nonetheless, did bring home the first run of those 7 runs for the Dolphins in that first inning.
Kolika behind 1-2 here. Pitch on its way. And that's on the inside corner for a called strike 3.
Good start to the inning for Hernandez after a rough first inning.
First baseman, number 44, A.J. Vigliotti.
A.J. Vigliotti will be the batter. Vigliotti just keeps hitting. Another 2 hits in the first game. And he looks at that pitch down and away for ball 1.
Now, Joe, I think what you were asking about the previous inning, I think you might be right, potentially. I'm not sure if Ryan Fiore is going to warm up yet, but he was up in the bullpen for a split second as Vigliotti hits that one into right field. It's not caught by Bray. He dropped it.
Vigliotti didn't realize it. And now he's on first base.
That looked like the same exact play we had in the last game at second base, where he caught it, and then he went to show the umpire, and it came out of his glove.
Well, I'm not sure I've ever seen two plays like that in the same game. And we will get a second look at it. And we'll do that right now as we await the start of the next at bat. But there you see it. Vigliotti was running all the way. So there's no doubt he hustled. And he thought he was out. I thought he was out. I think it was pretty apparent you thought he was out. And then he wasn't.
The ball was caught. It was a simple fact of, was it the same thing like last time where he went to show the umpire the ball and it just came out?
Such an unusual play. Twice in one day.
Nonetheless, it goes down as an error on the play. Second one for the Warriors in this game, and it gives the Dolphins a runner on first.
We say it all the time. Just when you think you've seen it all, you call another game of CSI Dolphins baseball or softball, and you see something new.
Yep.
That's the third time in 24 hours where we were certain that a ball hit in the air was caught, and it turned out the ball was not caught. Once on the infield in Game 1, once right there, and then yesterday that ball hit to the fence in the Dolphins game over at the softball diamond. Dolphins picked up a split of their doubleheader yesterday against Goldie Beacom.
Got some great pitching in that game from Anissa Acosta. Went going the full distance in that one. Gives CSI a 5-1 win in game number 2.
Dolphins have split 3 of their last 4 doubleheaders as Martinez draws a walk. CSI softball has a very big doubleheader coming up on Tuesday. The Dolphins at home this year are 6-6. That's despite an 11-23 overall record right now. So they've been pretty good at home. And the Dolphins are going to need to win in conference play against one of the preseason picks to be among the top of the standings in the ECC. And Cipolletti's retired on one pitch there for the second out. But the Dolphins face Malloy on Tuesday, Nick. They're going to need a win against one of the premier teams in the conference to make the playoffs. And there's an opportunity for CSI to pick up one of those wins here at home on Tuesday.
Well, they're going to need to do kind of what the baseball team did against Malloy a couple weeks ago. And, you know, going into that matchup, you would think, like, going off the records, Malloy, record-wise, is the better team. But the Dolphins were able to get some big wins in that series. I know, yes, they had the tough doubleheader on that Sunday, but they had an 11-0 win thanks to Ryan Keough's performance. CSI is going to need to duplicate that from their softball team now, because you said it. If they're going to have a chance to make the postseason, they really need these games down the stretch of the season. Tuesday's huge for CSI.
It's very early to start thinking about potential playoff scenarios, but it's what we do here on Sportsnet, especially when we have a game with one team leading by 7 runs early. What it looks like the Dolphins will need, and again, it is very early to start picturing these scenarios, but hear me out here. I think what the Dolphins will likely need, they split with Mercy the first time they faced the Mavericks. So if the Dolphins can win both of the games at home against Mercy, that puts them in a great spot. And if they can do that, they would then have to win one game against Dieuville, and they'll have the tiebreaker over the Saints, as that's hit down the line into right field. Vigliotti's being waved home. Throw coming to the plate, not in time. And with that throw, Martinez moves up to third.
Good short, though, from Abreu, nonetheless. Almost getting Vigliotti at the plate. Dolphins at their 8th run of the game now. It's 8-0 here in the bottom of the second inning for Brian Burkhead coming up.
RBI single for Christopher Hayes on the play. And the Dolphins lead at 8-0. That's hit hard. Off the glove of the diving second baseman and into center field for a base hit.
Another tough break for the Warriors there. It was a great diving catch. But it's an RBI hit for Burkhead to increase the Dolphin lead to 9.
Dolphins still very much in attack mode. I can't update our scoreboard before the Dolphins put the ball in play again. I also can't finish my point from before the Dolphins put the ball in play again. But as I was saying, the Dolphins, if they could win a pair at home against Mercy in their season finale on Senior Day, I believe that's the season finale anyway. I'd have to double check that, but I do believe those are CSI's final games on the 29th. I know you can pull that up for me. But if the Dolphins could win both of those, they would have the tiebreaker over Mercy. If they can take one of two against D'Youville on the road, a team they've beaten twice already, they would have the tiebreaker over D'Youville. And with that, CSI puts themselves in great position to get in. Having both of those tiebreakers would, at the very least, mean that CSI could not finish tied for fourth and fail to make the playoffs, as that last pitch ended up at the backstop, and the runners will each move up a base. But that's what CSI needs to look to do moving forward. And, Nick, you can confirm the scheduling for me.
You are correct. April 29th will be Senior Day for the Dolphins ladies, as they will be taking on Mercy College in that doubleheader. And it really could come down to potentially being a potential playoff clincher for CSI as Cetera swings and misses the end, the bottom of the second inning.
We will talk more about softball when we come back from break. Big games coming up for them. Big games coming up for baseball as well. And a big lead for the Dolphins here on Heroes Day.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Nick Perez will lead off for Alliance in the road third inning. His team trailing by 9 runs now. Ahead of break, we were talking about some playoff scenarios for CSI softball. In a few moments, we'll do the same for baseball, as that's hit well out to center, but Perez just got under it. And the catch is made by Martinez for the first out.
Now batting for the Warriors, catcher number 21, Joe.
So for CSI softball, as I mentioned, their goal down the stretch of the season, win the tiebreaker against Mercy, win the tiebreaker against D'Youville. Those are the two teams in the ECC that they've beaten this year. As that's it out to shallow right, and Kalika will play it on a hop. That's a one-out base hit for Joe Kearney.
Now batting for the Warriors, center fielder number 86, Alex Camillo.
In just a minute, we'll take a look at the baseball conference standings as well. Nick, you've got it.
I got it.
Watch out.
Always have to be ready to see any potential foul balls here.
What are we looking at in the baseball standings?
Trying to pull it up, but the Wi-Fi a little bit slow right now.
Just a bit.
Just a little bit.
Our live stats are running off of my phone's hotspot. Today, for those of you interested in sports information tech, I ran into an issue today that I have never seen in 7 years around sports information operations, game day operations, and the such. During the pregame, we plugged in an Ethernet cable to our stats laptop to get wired internet for our live stats. When we did that, it created a very loud buzzing over our speakers, which were pushing audio from our wireless receiver, which was connected to the microphone on the field. So to visualize that is that's hitting the air. Could be fair, and that is just foul.
Just foul.
Not by much.
See a lot of that in these two games.
So to visualize the setup, we had Stats laptop, Ethernet cable from the wall. Down on the field, we had a wireless microphone, and up in the booth, we had a wireless receiver. That wireless receiver was pushing the audio into the venue speakers. When we plugged in the Ethernet cable to our computer, the venue speakers were making unspeakable noises. Not good, as that's lined into center. And that's kicked away by Martinez. It rolls behind him. Throw comes into second. Not in time.
And that's going to go down as the second error for the Dolphins. Another single and error for them. And it gives a great opportunity for Lions to get their first runs of the day as Berger comes up to the plate. But, Joe, as you were saying, the conference standings for baseball, as it follows, Queens is in first place with a 4-1 conference record. Then it's Malloy at 7-2. St. Thomas Aquinas at 8-3. Deauville at 6-6. Lincoln at 3-4. The Dolphins at 2-6. And Mercy at 2-10. So the Dolphins still need to do some work in order to get a chance to get into the playoffs. They really need these games down the stretch. Next week's game against against Mercy are big, as Berger will get the first run of the game for the Warriors there on that RBI single, and now will advance to second on the throw to the infield.
Well, that last play by the Dolphins on the ball kicked away by Martinez was a bit of a sloppy play, and the Dolphins have done a good job avoiding that most of the day. They committed an error earlier in this game, but that's a mistake that you don't like to see. If you're the Dolphins bench, you still have a sizable 8-run lead, but those are mistakes you don't want to make. As that pitch misses for ball one.
And because of that, gives second and third once again. And a chance for Alliance to cut this deficit with a potential 2-run single here.
Fausto Leonardo at the plate. He sends one the other way, and that's down for a hit. 1 run is in, a second run is being waved home, and that runner will score. And just like that, the Warriors have pulled back to within 6. Our score is 9-3.
Warriors starting to make this one a little bit interesting now. 3 runs here in the top of the third inning. A 9-3 game here as the Warriors starting to finally get some offense in this game. They only had 4 hits in total in game number 1. They now have 5 here in the top of the third inning.
We have not seen much of this today from Alliance, as that is down for a hit. We can't even get a replay in, and the Warriors go after the first pitch, and once again, they have themselves a base hit.
They're making things very difficult for you, Joe, trying to bring up any replays in this game.
Now back for the Warriors, third baseman, number 2, Rocco Nappi.
How many consecutive at-bats have they offered at one of the first 2 pitches?
I think
quite a few.
It's been quite a few. And there it is again.
And that's down for a hit. What is going on, Nick? I knew not to try and put in another replay there, as the bases are now loaded.
Well, now if you're CSI, this is very dangerous territory. Bases loaded, 1 away. Double play ball gets you out of the inning. But now it's very interesting because 1 ball hit into the gap, and it could be a potential 3-run game.
Well, perhaps we put the commentators' jinx on the Dolphins as we were looking ahead to potential playoff scenarios.
And again, first pitch swinging, but Abreu misses that one.
And the way things have gone in this half inning, it's almost as if the Dolphins had joined us there for a moment.
We talked about Keogh potentially getting some rest. He might actually just come out of the game just in general. Been a rough inning for him, and it looks like CSI potentially is going to start warming up a pitcher in a little bit.
With those base hits, The Warriors now lead CSI in hits 7-6. There's a big swing and a miss there. Huge cut by Abreu.
I believe that's Christian Rice up in the bullpen.
Well, I speculated during Game 1 whether or not we might see him. Here comes the 1-2, and Abreu strikes out.
You would have to think with the basically the week off that you could potentially throw one of your starters out there out of relief, and they'll still be on good rest going into that series against Mercy.
I think the Dolphins have the option to use anybody they want in this game to pitch. So that's fouled straight back. Kareem Holloway at the plate here with the bases loaded and 2 outs. And it just seems like the way 2 games have gone today, the Warriors really need a hit in this spot. It almost feels like 3 won't be enough. And now Holloway's behind 0-2.
Holloway with a great chance here. But down 0-2 in the count. Keogh looking to end this inning and keep the Dolphins up 6.
Comes the 0-2 pitch. And that misses for ball 1. Comes the 1-2. That misses for a ball. Well, this by far the biggest inning of the day for the Warriors, who had not scored before this. Now all of a sudden they lead CSI in hits and have scored 3 times, but that's all they'll get. As that's a strike 3 swinging. And Holloway goes down for the final out of the inning, but not before Alliance scores 3 times. The Dolphins' lead has been trimmed to 6. Our score, 9-3 Staten Island.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and look like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do. Be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
First pitch of the home 3rd inning misses down and away to Michael Kehoe for ball 1. Kehoe in this game comes to the plate 1 for 1 with an RBI. He's also drawn a walk. And that's it on the ground through the middle for a base hit.
Keogh once again is on as he leads off the bottom of the 3rd inning.
Now batting for the Dolphins, designated hitter, number 24, Shendi Ulaj.
That will bring Shendi Ulaj to the plate.
Shendi trying to add to his player of the game performance today that he's had so far in game number 1.
Unofficially.
Unofficially.
They'll check on Kehoe over at first. First pitch to Ulaj is hit hard and into left field for a base hit.
And there's going to be an error on the play too, Joe.
I can't recall a day where I've seen this many base hits to the outfield turn into errors.
Just been a rough day for the Warriors. But to credit, the Dolphins have also had those issues in this second game. Now Steven Kalika coming up, but he's got first and third, nobody out.
Kalika checking the signs on a card that he had in his back pocket as he gets those from over in the third base coaching box. Runners on the corners, nobody out. Just like that, the Dolphins take back the lead in hits. They now have 8. The Warriors have 7.
Look to get back those 3 runs that the Warriors got in the top of this inning.
And they'll check on Ulaj at first. Now, we were talking about it before. The Dolphins have Mercy College up next. And you said it, Nick. Mercy's played quite a few conference games already. I believe you said they were 2-10.
Correct.
So the Dolphins, I think it's fair to say, going into that series, probably need to win at least 2 games. At the absolute worst, I think your goal has to be 3 out of 4.
You would love to, at the very most, obviously, get 4 out of 4. But if you can get 3 or 2 wins in that series, that's huge for this team as they try to catch up to the top 4 in the standings.
That ball's hit hard into right field. That's down for a hit. Ulaj moves up to second. Kehoe scores, and it's an RBI single for Steven Kalika to put the Dolphins ahead 10-3.
Kalika got an inside fastball pretty much towards his chest, but was able to turn on it and get an RBI single to increase the Dolphin lead to 7.
A.J. Vigliotti will be the batter as you get another look at that Kalika base hit. First pitch to Vigliotti misses badly.
Cooney doing a good job to keep that one going behind the backstop.
And that pitch missing in the other batter's box will prompt a visit to the mound. The entire infield will join in on the conversation. Dolphins lead it by 7. CSI now has 9 hits in the game. The lone blemish on the CSI stat line, the 2 errors. Both teams have been pretty sloppy in the outfield in this game. We've seen that throughout the day. The ball really just being kicked around the outfield. And in game 1, there were a couple of errors on the infield as well, particularly at shortstop.
Just really not has been the greatest schemes for Alliance. Able to get 3 runs in the top of this inning, but now the Dolphins taking one of those back. And they potentially could add some more here with a Vigliotti hit.
Well, if you're the Dolphins heading into some key conference games late in the season, you know you can hit with just about anybody.
Right.
The question remains, can they get outs late in games? Can they protect the lead? And can they win the games where you have Esposito and Kehoe pitching? You could even throw Rice into that conversation as well, because all 3 have been very good as Vigliotti takes a strike. But those are the games you have to win if you're the Dolphins. Those are the games you're going to need in the playoffs. You have to feel like you're going to have a chance every game because you'll have one of those guys pitching.
The Dolphins can keep hitting like they have been in this series, and as of late, they will have a really good chance.
Comes the 1-2. That misses low. Dolphins still have Stack, Mercy, Lincoln, and I believe that's it on their schedule. They've played 8 conference games, and they have 5 other teams in the conference, as Vigliotti will move both runners up with a base hit. And the Dolphins now have the bases loaded with their 10th hit of the game. But the Dolphins have 12 conference games left. Lincoln, Mercy, Stack, and I forgot DeUville. So they actually have 16 conference games left.
Still a lot of time for CSI to catch up in the standings with all those games remaining.
If they split every one of those series, I think that'd be good enough to make it. That's a big ask. You have good teams among that group, but if they split 2 out of 4 the rest of the way, I think that's enough. That misses up and in.
Still no one out here and no empty base for the Warriors. Martinez quickly up in the count 2-0.
And he looks at a strike. And the 2-1's down in the dirt. Well, this inning's beginning to look a lot like the first, where the Warriors just struggled to get an out. Once they got one, things moved along pretty quickly. Sounds like a celebration down the hill.
Some action at the softball complex today.
The last time I saw this many people, as that's hit over to third, throw goes to second for 1, and that's a double play. So no RBI on that. You hear that, Lewis? No RBI. We're going to check the play-by-play if he didn't hear and see if he got it right. 2 gone in the inning. Nicely done there by the Warriors on the infield.
They really needed that double play.
Let's see if he got it right. He did. As that's hit out to left center, and that drops for a hit. As good as the Dolphins have been today, the Warriors aren't having much luck with the way the ball has fallen.
Very short bloop into left field. And Leonard just could not make the play. Another RBI to the day for Cipoletti to increase this Dolphin lead. They now get back up to 9 runs. It's up 12-3 now.
That's 11 hits for the Dolphins. That's taken for a ball.
7-11 in the hit category today.
I'm a big 7-Eleven guy. I love myself a good Slurpee. Those who have been watching from the very beginning know how big a fan I am of Slurpees. Might have to have one after the game.
It could help with the, the little sniffling and stuff like that. You never know.
Whatever reason I can find to have one,
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
It's been a rough couple of days for me in terms of being able to breathe through my nose. That's popped up in the air on the infield. And that very easily could have been a nasty collision. Fortunately, it was not, and the inning is over. The Dolphins score 3 times. They now lead by 9. They give up 3 in the top half, get them all back. Our score, 12-3 Staten Island.
Stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
And we're back for the top half of the fourth inning, as that is a swing on that first pitch. Nick Perez at the plate. He takes low. Perez is 0 for 1 in the game.
Christian Rice still up in the Dolphin bullpen. So I'll be curious to see how long Kehoe goes in this game.
I think if Kehoe had 3 clean innings under his belt, there wouldn't be any action down there. But I think with him running into a bit of trouble in the third, nothing too out of control, but several consecutive hits in that inning put him in a bit of a tough spot, and I think that prompted the action in the bullpen. And I'd be surprised if he finished this game, though it is just a 7-inning game. Keep that in mind. They're going to ring Perez up on that pitch. He's a strikeout victim.
Catcher number 21, Joe Kearney.
Sometimes it's just comical to listen next door. I don't think Sal liked the pronunciation of Joe's last name there. Now, is it Kearney or Kearney?
I'd say Kearney. That's how I'd introduced it when I did the lineup.
Well, I think that's what Sal took issue with. Because there is a town in New Jersey called Kearney. Is that the name of the town in New Jersey?
You guess as good as mine. I have no idea.
I'm a New Yorker. I don't visit New Jersey.
I only do for family and for work. That's it.
The only time it's good to be in New Jersey is for the purposes of sales tax. A big goose egg in the sales tax column in New Jersey. Is that Mrs. High?
So a lot of those TurboTax commercials during WrestleMania.
We saw quite a few. Quite a few. Is TurboTax the commercial with Drew McIntyre's action figure?
No, that's
what is that, Cricket?
Yes, Cricket.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's embarrassing that I know their sponsors so well.
Mike's Hard Lemonade.
Yeah. What was it last night? Mike's Extra Hard Lemonade?
Extra Hard, yep.
Okay. That's fouled away. Three balls and 2 strikes, the count. Payoff pitch on its way from Kehoe. That's fouled away once again. It's gotten awfully quiet down the hill. So perhaps that noise we heard was a walk-off win. They got started around 11. There's a swing and a miss for strike 3.
Now, did they have a doubleheader as well?
They did. Now
back to the Warriors. Center fielder, number 86.
Joe, I got to take a quick second. He had a little sniffle there.
Yeah, it's been a tough day, but no more complaints. Now, they had a doubleheader down the hill, NYU did. I think they got started at 11. They played one yesterday and got started probably at 6:45. And I jokingly said when we were done and they were taking over the operation behind home plate behind us, I said it should be illegal to schedule games here that late, as that's a base hit to left and Camillo's on again.
We had a very long game 1 of that doubleheader between the Dolphins and Goldie Beacom. But thankfully, game 2 went at a very good pace. So it wasn't as late for NYU when they started their game last night.
Now, the first 2 innings of game 1 yesterday were almost as long as some games. We've seen softball games go an hour and 15 minutes, very quick. It's tough to do sometimes when you have to score 8 runs or more to end a game in 5, but we've seen it done. Yesterday, the first 2 innings took almost an hour. Count quickly 0-2 here. Eric Bittiger at the plate. Big lead at first. There goes Camilla. That's sky foul.
I'm not sure, Joe. Now I'm hearing more cheering on the softball field. So,
game's definitely not over, I can tell you that. And having called some games for NYU last year, I can tell you, those fans are a loyal bunch. They have good turnouts every game. And the 0-2 is swung on and missed. Another strikeout for Kehoe, and the side is retired. One left on base for the Warriors in the fourth. CSI leads 12-3.
NCAA Division II Community Engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Brian Burkhead will lead things off for the Dolphins in the bottom half of the fourth inning. CSI leads 12-3. 12 runs on 11 hits, couple of errors for the Dolphins. 3 runs on 8 hits, 3 errors for the Warriors.
And they'll be facing a new pitcher for the Warriors. That's Joseph Giansante coming in here in the bottom of the fourth inning.
I think that makes 4 pitchers on the day as that's hit well out to deep right field. But Burkhead just got under that ball, and the catch is made just shy of the warning track.
You said Burkhead just getting under it. Thought maybe that could take a ride, but allowed out number 1.
He gave that ball a ride. And like I said, he just got under it. I thought that was hit a bit better, and that it had a chance. Headed toward the right field fence. Anthony Cetera is the batter, and he takes low.
See, a lot of times trying to hit a ball deep into right field, it's very tough to get a home run over that right field wall.
We spoke about it earlier in the week. If I recall correctly, I've seen just 2 If I had to estimate the number of home runs that I've seen here in general, I would guess it's probably somewhere between 8 and 12. I can remember clearly at least maybe 6 by the Dolphins. I know Alan Morrell hit one last year. Shendy hit one last year.
Yep.
Cipoletti hit one. Am I missing anybody last year on the Dolphins here at home?
I feel like Martin hit one too, but I could be wrong about that.
He definitely hit one, whether it was last year or the year before, but it could have been on the road.
Maybe, yeah, it could have been.
Well, he hit one today.
He definitely hit one today.
He definitely hit one
He
today.
definitely hit one.
Vigliotti hit one this year. Anyone else? So that's hit a mile high, foul territory on the infield, and out of play.
I believe that's it for when it comes to us seeing it in person. I think those are the only home runs we've seen.
This season, Vigliotti has 3. Kehoe has 1. That was on the road. Weigel hit one on the road. Cipoletti must have hit one on the road. Castiglione on the road. Castiglione on the road. Martinez on the road. Martin at home. So the Dolphins have 2 home runs this year. As Totero draws a walk.
Now batting for the Dolphins, catcher number 8, Michael Kehoe.
Brings up Michael Kehoe here.
Last year, Shendy had 3 home runs. Cipoletti had 2. Pat Gardner had 2. I think those were both on the road. Morrell had 2. Castiglione, Myers, and Martin. And then Castiglione, Dom, and John, being the 2 Castigliones, each had 1. And Martin did hit it in Myrtle Beach as a part of the spring training trip. He did not hit it here. I think if there's one thing we learned from looking at those numbers, it's that it's very hard to hit home runs here.
It is. We've seen a lot in this game, a lot of foul balls that have just been very close to being a home run.
Would have been really nice to see Anthony Iracy get one today. He was close.
Very close.
You think Alliance would have protested if the home plate umpire gave it to him? The bases were empty.
That's true. I'm not sure.
I think they would have.
They most likely would have, as Kehoe draws the walk there.
The call at second base could have been a makeup call in that case.
Now, my only concern, Joe, is I want to say that, as I literally spoke, it spoke into existence. There was the team bus, I believe, for Alliance that was parked right outside, and that was perfect prime foul ball territory. So thankfully they moved away. Otherwise, Alliance would have been in for a rough draw.
We have a knock at the door in the press box, which will send Nick out of the booth for a moment. Shendy Ulaj at the plate. 2 on, 1 out. Dolphins with a 9-run lead. And Ulaj looks at a strike. Who was it?
What happened?
At the door.
I think you'll find out in a minute.
Okay.
I like to keep it a surprise.
Okay. Well, I got a joke for you, and I think you know what's coming now, right?
Oh, no.
You know what's coming?
Probably not.
We were at Yankee Stadium earlier in the week. Phillies had yet to win a game at that point. So I'm walking through the concourse.
Yep.
And a younger gentleman, will say, though he wasn't very gentlemanlike in this scenario, comes up to me and asks if he can tell me a joke.
Young rascal.
I'm not one to be approached in the middle of a stadium on a night where I'm freezing. And we'll wait the end of that story after this pitch. That's high. So He approaches me, asks me if he can tell me a joke. He goes, knock, knock, and I indulge him and say, who's there? He goes, Owen. I say, Owen who? And at the time, the Phillies were 0-3, so he answers 0-4. Let's just say he's lucky that I'm a very nice person. Don't like to be bothered, but generally pretty nice, as that's grounded through the hole for a base hit. And Cetera will stop at third.
Well, you got your revenge on that next day, on Tuesday. Phillies got their first win of the season against the Yankees.
Did I, though?
Well, I mean, let's just say that the section that we were in was kind of getting a little hostile towards the end of the game. So
just a bit.
Just a little bit.
See, now, what I would typically do in a scenario like that, if I really wanted to go for the burn, I would say, I have a joke for you, too. So then what you do, you pull out your iPhone, and this works in any situation. If you feel like someone's disrespecting you, and this is foolproof way, here's what you do. I got a joke for you. You pull out your iPhone with the camera mode on, and then you flip the view to the front-facing camera, the face camera, and just hold up the phone in front of the person. And they're staring at themselves on your iPhone. So, if you ever feel slighted, very, very quick way to get back without being too insulting. It works every time. Also, you're in a position where if someone gets really offended and you need to protect yourself, you have your hand up with your phone in it, separating you from your adversary in that case. That's it out to right center. Catch is made. We'll see if we have a play at the plate. Instead, the throw goes to third. It's offline. And the runner, Ulaj, at first will hold. A run comes in to score, and the Dolphins lead at 13-3.
And we saw his towering shot in game number 1, Joe. Thomas Martin's back up to the plate here, pinch hitting. Here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Has a chance again maybe to potentially get another 3-run homer here.
Well, Nick, a 3-run homer in game 1 for number 33. If he did it again, that would be rather impressive.
He certainly would be a classic man if he did that.
You certainly didn't miss the opportunity on the call. You made sure to highlight that number 33, Thomas Martin, hit a 3-run homer. And that was a moonshot if I've ever seen one. That has to be one of the longer home runs I've ever called.
Certainly gave it a drive. And that's 7-run, 6th inning for the Dolphins.
Martin, not a batter you'd like to face much in a 10-run game where he's free to swing for the fences. Because we know he has power.
Line certainly knows that now going into this at-bat.
If there's any question, he erased it. That's called strike. 1-1, the count on Martin. That misses low. Well, he hasn't gotten much to hit here.
Certainly trying to pitch around him and not give him anything else to drive.
That's ball 3. Tyler Martinez on deck.
Could be up with a potential bases loaded chance if Martin were to walk here.
Martin takes a strike.
Now, do we have to play his song during the at-bat maybe for him to hit the home run?
I mean, if Aaron's finger was to slip right here or Lewis's finger was to slip and start playing the music.
You never know.
Martin going from first, and Martin sends that one foul. Well, they just continued to play right through it. The music selection wasn't cut off in time, and they were playing right through it. And Martin proceeded to hit a home run. Now, as he's rounding the bases, would it be wrong to play like a G6?
No.
I agree.
I don't think it would be.
I agree. That, of course, Martin's old walk-up music as he looks at ball 4.
Remember, 3 + 3 = 33.
You said it, not me. I had retired that trope.
It can never be retired.
You just brought out, what do they call the resuscitators? The paddles?
I think so.
I don't know what they call them. The defibrillators? Is that it? You just brought those out and infused new life back into the bit.
I dug up some buried treasure. That's how I would say it.
That's what you think?
That's what I would say.
That's chopped down the line, foul ball.
Team is very close to getting potentially an infield single there. It would have been a tough play at third base. But it's a foul ball, and count goes to 0-1.
It's a force all around here. Dolphins scored 7 times in the first, twice in the second, 3 times in the third. Have played another run here in the fourth. Chance for much more with the bases loaded and 2 outs. And the 0-1 is low. Here comes the 1-1. That misses high.
Joe, being that Easter is tomorrow, any plans for this Easter week?
Well, it's funny you mention that because on the last day of the season in the past, so that swung on and missed by Martinez for strike 2, I've spent the final day of the Knicks season at MSG. They usually have season ticket holder appreciation day with autographs and free food. The event falls on Easter this year, so I can't go. Not that I'm up to going anyway, the way I'm feeling. So that pitch misses high for ball 3.
Kind of weird timing to schedule it on Easter, too. That's not sure about that scheduling from the Knicks there, but anyway.
Why schedule your last home game on Easter?
Yeah, I'm not sure. They usually do play on Easter, but not the last home game.
Tough break, we'll say. The scheduling for me is that's fouled away, but I'll be with family tomorrow, health permitting. I need rest in the most desperate way.
Yeah.
We didn't get much last night, I can tell you that.
No. They definitely did not.
Here comes another 3-2 pitch. That's ball 4.
Another run for the Dolphins there as Martinez worked the count. Drives home a run on the walk. Dolphins increase their lead and bring up Nick Cipolleti.
Stirring in the Warriors bullpen now. That might be all.
I believe it is.
If we have a pitching change, we will have a quick commercial break. Dolphins lead it 14-3, if I'm not mistaken. The scoreboard says 13.
They did not add the second run.
It's 14.
Looks like that's going to be Janelle Ortega. It's up in the bullpen.
Lou's baffled. Lou, the scoreboard should say 14, not 13.
He says, oh.
Oh is right.
No pitching change there. Yes, Lewis, I read your text.
I think Lewis just really misses being in this room with us. I think that's what it is.
Listen, so, we got a half a pizza next to us too. So
I think that's really what it is.
That could also be playing a factor into it.
The commentator's booth is where it's at. Base is still loaded. 2 outs. And that sails to the backstop. And that will bring home another run.
That one wailed all the way to the backstop. And it's another run for CSI, their third of the inning now. 15 total. At 14 in game number 1. 29 runs for the Dolphins today.
Comes to 2-0, and that's high. And Cipolletti's now ahead 3-0. If there's a walk here on 4 pitches, you have to think that's probably it for Giansante.
Have to imagine.
Now, has the reliever gotten enough time to get warm?
It looks like Ortega is good, as they do walk Cipolleti on 4 pitches. We'll have to see if they make the pitching change now. And they don't.
Now, the way that Christian Rice is still throwing in the Dolphins bullpen, you have to think he's probably coming in, no?
I would imagine, as Joe Solito is going to pinch run for the Dolphins at first base, so looks like Cipolleti's day is done. But I would imagine Christian Rice most likely will come in to pitch the 5th inning.
For the Dolphins, number 13, Joe Solito.
There's a ball 1-0.
Christopher Hayes at the plate. He now gets a chance with the bases loaded. And it seems like the appropriate question is, who hasn't? As he takes up and in.
They had the mound visit, and since then, it's been 6 straight for Giasante. So he's really gotten himself into a lot of trouble.
Comes the 2-0. And that gets away. Martin will score. The other 2 runners will hold. Dolphins now lead 16-3. This game's really gotten out of hand.
A rough inning for the Warriors. And we got to check, Joe. What is the most amount of runs CSI scored in one game this season? Is this it?
I think it is. Fairly certain it is. I think they've scored in double digits just once or twice. We covered one of those.
We covered the game 1 and then the game against Malloy, too.
There's a swing and a miss by Hayes. Count's now full.
This would be it.
And that's strike 3. Hayes goes down swinging, and the inning is over, but not before the Dolphins score 4 more runs. They now lead at 16-3, headed to the 5th.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Fifth inning getting underway from the CSI Baseball Complex. Ryan Kehoe still in the game for the Dolphins on the mound. Christian Rice has been working in the Dolphins bullpen for much of this game now, at least for the last couple of innings. Looked to be throwing with a purpose, yet to come in. And Kehoe's now behind 2-0 on Fausto Leonardo.
I would have to think, no matter what, this is probably going to be it for Kehoe in this inning. And they'll give Rice the final 2 innings of this game. But I could be wrong. They could let Kehoe try to maybe go the full distance, considering they have a very comfortable lead.
I think the only thing that's certain is that the Dolphins can probably do whatever they want with their pitching the rest of the way. See if we can get a pitch count on Kehoe here. That was number 78. Count full now. Comes the payoff pitch. That's fouled away. Now, you were talking about Easter plans with me, and you'll get to yours in a minute, but NYU has Easter plans tomorrow as well.
They do.
They are here playing a softball game. I could not believe it as that swung on and missed for strike 3. Who scheduled a game on Easter?
I would not be happy. I certainly would not be happy wanting to be a player playing on Easter.
We certainly would not be working that.
Yeah.
Get the outside contractors to come in. The per diem squad. That's not us.
Per diem squad.
Most game day operations utilize the per diem squad. Comes the 0-1. That's down and away. What do you have going on tomorrow?
Pretty much just day with the family, like normal Easter, Not the old days where I'm coloring eggs and stuff like that. But yeah, just a nice day with the family.
You're just hunting for eggs now.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
I fancied myself something of an artiste with the eggs back in the day.
Artiste. Love it.
That misses outside for ball 3.
Did your family also hide the plastic eggs around the house like mine does?
We would get Easter baskets as kids.
Okay.
So
That's
that ball is
shot.
hit well deep to left field. That's headed back toward the wall, and that ball is long gone. That was some blast by Darnell Guerrero. A long home run over the left field fence. And that gets Alliance their 4th run. Our score is now 16-4, Staten Island.
You saw right off the bat, Guerrero just shot that one into left field. He gets a home run to trim the deficit for the Warriors. But, man, what a shot by Guerrero.
See if we caught that on replay. I believe we did. Get a look at that swing once again. To be honest with you, Nick, I couldn't find that ball either. But off the bat, it was clear.
I was actually able to see that one.
I was not.
Somehow. Well, you also have your glasses on.
That too, and that doesn't help. I'm not quite sure why I still have my sunglasses on. I think it's just part of the look.
It made sense for yesterday with all the...
yes.
Since we were behind home plate and stuff like that, and you had the dust coming out, so it made sense.
And they were still giving me looks yesterday. I think it's part of the whole aura around the Foreman Osborne character at this point.
The green-eyed goblin. I mean, of course.
My eyes aren't very green today, I'll tell you that. Bloodshot red. As that pitch misses outside. That home run, the 9th hit of the game for Alliance. The home run for Guerrero is his 3rd of the season. Where did that land, Nick?
Pretty much towards the soccer field. I think it hit the track.
That was hit well. Perhaps not as well as the home run earlier in the week by Cruz. That's fouled away, and the count is full.
You mentioned CSI's offense today. They have 16 in this game, had 14 in game 1, 30 runs on the day. They're 2 highest scoring games for the Dolphins this season. So it's been a great day for the Dolphins bats.
That's hit well to left, but just getting under that ball was Nappy, and the catch is made by Burkhead for the 2nd out.
Now batting for the Warriors, right fielder, number 24, Sam Abreu.
Sam Abreu will be the batter here. Abreu comes in with a couple of home runs on the year. He takes down and away for ball 1. Comes the 1-0. That's fouled away. Can't see out the back window. I'm curious to know if they're still going down the hill.
Doesn't sound like it. It sounds very quiet. I'll have to take a look in between this next break. As the Braves swings and misses at a ball in the dirt to make the count 1-2.
Chased a bad one there. Was frustrated with himself after that swing. Here comes the 1-2. And Abreu looks at ball 2. Comes the 2-2 pitch. That's swung on and missed. And Kehoe will complete the putout. It's another strikeout for Ryan Kehoe. He does give up the solo home run. Nothing more. Dolphins lead at 16-4, headed to the home fifth.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experiences possible.
Home half of the fifth inning about to get underway from the College of Staten Island. Brian Burkhead leads things off, and he takes ball 1. Burkhead, one of a few Dolphins starters still in the game. Another in the on-deck circle, and Anthony Cetera. That's high for ball 2.
Once again, we see Christian Rice still up in that Dolphin bullpen. We'll have to see if he comes out for the 6th inning.
He's getting his throwing in. You have to think they do have throwing sessions throughout the week for these pitchers, but Rice, definitely a candidate to come in this game. He's been throwing now for about 3 innings. That's a leadoff walk for Burkhead. That will bring Anthony Cetera to the plate. He takes down and away. Cetera officially 0 for 2 with a run scored. That's ball 2. And the 2-0 misses for ball 3.
Spoke about it enough, Joe. The next time we're here on broadcast will be Tuesday against Malloy for the CSI softball doubleheader. So there's a strike to make it 3-1. But we said it pretty much most of this broadcast. It's really big for CSI to get wins, especially against a team like Malloy that is very good in the standings and can really give the Dolphins some problems. Tara hits that one into foul territory. It will be caught for the first out of the inning.
Well, Nick, you know what's more important than those 2 games to the Dolphins? The fact that on Tuesday, we're going to have a high of 72.
That's huge.
Sounds great to me.
We've had a lot of cold calls on that softball field. That is including yesterday. It was a very windy day at the softball complex. So to hear that is very good.
I hated cold calls in school. I hate them in broadcasting. Are you familiar with the cold call in school? The teacher calls on you and you're clearly not paying attention?
Yep.
Well,
unfortunately, that happened once or twice.
We won't talk about my academic career much. I will say this. For those who know how I got here, I went to the College of Staten Island as a student, 4-year student here, graduated with a degree in business management. I was pressured from all angles to graduate in 4 years flat, 8 semesters. To do that, I felt as if I'd have to overextend myself. Plus, let's just say that being a college student afforded me some freedoms that I was going to lose when I was no longer a college student, i.e. I was going to have to pay more for rent. I was going to move out in the near future. I felt that if I was still a student, I could get away with some of the things that I wouldn't be able to get away with after. So I wanted that extra, let's say, 4 to 6 months. So I come back for semester number 9. In semester number 9, a class was debuting here at CSI, sports management. So it was management 504 at the time. As that's a fair ball down the left field line off the bat of Kehoe. That rolls all the way to the fence. A run will come in to score, and Kehoe will stop at second with an RBI double.
There's a rip shot down the third base line over the head of the third baseman for an RBI double for Kehoe. As Nick Campisi comes up for the first time today.
So, Management 504 debuts in my final semester here. The professor in that class was our former SID, Dave Pizzuto. He recruited me to the game day staff. I've been here ever since. The reason I bring up that story now is because Dave once cold called me in that class.
That's great.
Now, fortunately, I enjoyed that class, so I didn't do this in Dave's class. I would never. But back in the day, when I was in high school specifically, and they cold called me, getting tongue twisted again, it's the congestion. But when they cold called me in high school, I would just look up, give them a look, like, what are you doing? And say, yeah, I wasn't paying attention, and go about whatever I was doing.
At least you were honest about it.
If I was anything, I was honest.
Yeah.
Sometimes brutally so. Didn't quite enjoy high school as much as I enjoyed college. As that's it for a strike.
Yeah, thank Nick for his work and help for us for yesterday. He's able to bring up the Sportsnet crate with me here into the baseball
yes.
press box, so I appreciate his help.
Nick was very helpful yesterday, learned to line the fields as well. I know Sal appreciates that. We mentioned Sal Caruso earlier in the broadcast, well-deserving of multiple shout-outs. Puts in a lot of extra work and goes above and beyond to get our fields ready on game day as Campisi strikes out.
He's also, set up all the tables today for the raffles. Once the raffles were done, he was able to bring all those back. So, great job by Sal and all of his staff on what has been a very great Heroes Day here at the College of Staten Island.
Well, I don't want to minimize the work Sal did today, and I don't think this does that, but I want to say that the most important work Sal does to me is the work that he will do organizing our upcoming intramural events. And you know what events those are. In May, we have a pair of faculty versus staff versus student games,
Yes,
I should say. Faculty, staff versus student games that I will be playing in, that you will be playing in, that our game day staff will be playing in. We have football, flag football, and we have the softball game. I have yet to lose a faculty, staff versus students game in any sport. I've been here 7 years. I haven't played in every single one, but I've played in most of them. I believe I've played in 3 football, 3 basketball, and I think I've played in 3 of each.
And we came very close in basketball to lose it.
We should have lost.
TJ saved us in that buzzer beater shot.
I can tell you this, our crew lost. Even though we were on the winning team.
Our crew 100% lost.
Our crew lost. We were on the winning team. Our crew lost. That's it toward the middle. Chance it's short. And Kalika is out to retire the side. We'll talk more about that after this break. The Dolphins lead at 17-4.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
And we're back for the top of the 6th. We have now been on the air for an even 5 hours and 30 minutes today. For those of you who've been with us since the beginning, if there are any of you out there, thank you. You are about to be rewarded with the story of our performance in the faculty, staff versus students basketball game. We were the equivalent of basketball's bad news bears out there. It was not good.
I would say we were the people that warm up the bench most of the time for NBA, where they don't really play any minutes, and it's
but they're in the NBA. We're warming the bench in the G League. We have no shot of making it to the NBA.
I think that's even not fair. I think G League might be too big for us.
That definitely is too big for us. So I'd be in the G League right now. But. Yeah, we're the equivalent of the guys that team, faculty, staff used to fill out the roster. They needed to meet a minimum. They saw us walking down the hall and said, hey, you guys, come here. I showed up with an AirPod in, was playing with an AirPod in. You had a hat on.
Lou, I think, also had a hat on.
Lou also had a hat on. I don't know what we were doing out there. It didn't work. And
I had one decent play, and then the rest of the game I was like, nope, I'm good.
I attempted two shots. One was blocked at the rim. No, none of us made a shot.
Oh, right.
I was blocked at the rim in heavy traffic. I did get right in, though, to my credit. I did get right to the rim.
Yeah.
Was blocked from behind, as that's a strikeout for Christian Rice, who just came on out of the Dolphins bullpen and this one away. But I was blocked at the rim, and I missed a buzzer beater from well beyond the three-point line at the end of the quarter we played. We did not come back in, fortunately.
Thankfully.
Nick Durst got in.
Did
he score?
I think he did score.
I
know someone on our
in our unit scored, but not on the Sportsnet crew, I don't think.
I think Durst did. I feel
he might have scored. We'll have to ask him. He won't let us forget it if he did.
I'm sure you'll bring that up next week.
We will.
Yeah.
I will ask him if he scored.
The softball game, however, that's where we shined.
Yes.
We
were much better in the softball game because we can cover up, or at least I can. I can cover up my ineptitude with a softball bat.
Yes.
By outrunning the throw to first base.
Yes.
Now, the way we've been eating this last week, I don't know how quickly I'm getting down the line. Today we had 2 chicken rolls and some ice cream. Tomorrow's Easter.
Yeah, that's not going to be good either.
Sleepless nights playing MLB The Show, going undefeated and being credited with only 2 wins. That was our night yesterday, as that's chopped foul.
I had a memorable moment from the game last year. I made a nice catch in left field, and then later on in the game I got injured, and I couldn't go back out there for defense.
You want to talk about that injury?
I don't know.
Ice packs?
Let's just say...
Inability to sit down?
Let's just say...
line to second. Nice play on the short hop by Cetera, and the tag is applied by Martin for the out.
Let's just say I had to apply ice in a region that you don't want to apply ice in.
The ice melted quickly.
Yeah. Let's just say when we were at the Buffalo Wild Wings after, I could not sit down for the entirety of our meal.
What were they, Rocky Mountain oysters?
I had a bad feeling you were going to bring that up.
Nick would have. I didn't want to disappoint him. He might be watching.
He could be.
He's not.
You gave him no credit. You didn't give me credit when you were doing...
I know you watch the games you don't call. I know for a fact that unless Durst was supposed to do a game and missed it, he's probably not going to check in. Just a hunch. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm not giving him enough credit. I assume you're watching.
I usually have some free time in my hands.
When you were calling the game solo this past weekend, I was at the top of the bleachers. What high school was I at? I don't remember.
It's been a long
It was a Long Island high school. It's been a long week. That's lined into right center, and that's down for a base hit. And Kearney will take a big turn. He stops, and he's on with a 2-out single. Well, I was in a high school on Long Island. Shame on me for not remembering, though. I can probably check my Google Maps history.
If you don't remember this high school, they might not bring you back.
That's not going to help. A whole lot of Mo's in there. A big Mo's guy. Two out, runner on first for the Warriors. Dolphins with a big lead. And that gets by into the backstop.
You talked about the flag football game. That had to be postponed originally after some of the staff that we had could not attend because it was during, I believe, the Florida trip when you and Andrew were down in Florida covering the softball action for the Dolphins.
So I will take credit for that game being postponed, even though I had nothing to do with it, because Andrew and I, as you just said, we were in Florida, weren't going to be able to play. Now, if anyone asks me, I'll deny it, but I told our staff, do not play in this game if I am not there, because if they're forced to move it back, I will play in the game and we will win the game. Without me, you will not win the game. I convinced them successfully that without me, they would not win the game. So, needless to say, the game was postponed, not because we didn't have enough people. It was weather.
Foreman Oz wins a lot of things, but he is no loser.
That's right. That is a great way to sum it up. And that game is now going to be played in May. It'll be a lot warmer, so I'm very happy. Count now full here. Alex Camillo at the plate. He's had a nice day overall. And he takes ball 4.
A little bit of a 2-out rally here for the Warriors here in the top of the 6th inning.
Now batting for the Warriors, left fielder, number 12.
Camillo's gotten on base 4 times in this game. He's 3 for 3 with a walk. Two on and 2 outs for Alliance here. That's inside. Eric Vettiger at the plate. He's officially 1 for 3 with an RBI. Has struck out a couple of times. And that's hit well out to left. And that's down for a hit. Runner being waved in. Bettiger heads to second. He's in standing. And it's an RBI double. That makes it a 17-5 game.
Nice job by Bittiger there. Rips that one into left field as Burkhead was trying to make the catch, but didn't really time the ball well on that one. Leads to a double and 2 runs. Or I should say, that was 2 runs, right? It was 1 run. Sorry about that. So another run for the Warriors there. They'll have a chance at 2 runs if they get a hit right here.
Here's another look at that RBI extra base hit for Bittiger. Got on top of that ball just a bit. Otherwise, that could have traveled much further. And the 0-1 sails up high. Fausto Leonardo at the plate. He's 1 for 3 with a couple of RBIs. He's also struck out twice. That sails up and away.
2-out rally for the Warriors. Rice still trying to find that 3rd out to get out of the inning.
Every Warrior who has started this game has struck out except for Camillo. Count here on Leonardo, 2-2.
It's funny you say that stat. You can see the scoreboard. They have 11 hits in this game still, despite that stat.
It's hard to believe the Dolphins have scored 12 more runs than Alliance on just 2 more hits. And there's a strikeout for Rice, and that will retire the side. Alliance strands 2 in scoring position. They score once. Our score, Staten Island 17, Alliance 5, heading to the home 6th.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
And we're back for the bottom of the 6th inning. Thomas Martin will lead things off for the Dolphins. New pitcher for Alliance, Janiel Ortega. Ortega comes in, having appeared in 3 games. He's worked just 4 1/3 innings.
Now, the issue that we had, Joe, is the pinch hitter in that last inning, number 37, Richard Perez, who pinch hit for the designated hitter, is now in the game at first base. So we had to put that into the stats.
They forfeited the DH.
They forfeited the DH.
And what made that so difficult?
Well, he was just trying to clarify where the pitcher would be batting in the order.
I see. Probably a double switch with the last out of the inning being the pitcher and then the double switch into the game, maybe?
I think so. The first baseman moved to right field, and the DH, who was Perez at the time, pitch hitting, now moves over to first.
Let's hit down the line to third. Throw across the diamond is offline, but it stays in the field of play as that was inches away from getting over the fence down the line. 4th error of the game for Alliance, and the Dolphins have a leadoff base runner.
Now batting for the Dolphins, center fielder, number 30, Tyler Martinez.
Another at bat for Tyler Martinez here today.
First pitch on its way. That's well inside. Comes the 1-0. There's a swing and a miss. And the 1-1 skips in for ball 2. Sure. As we were taking a look at the live stats, they wanted us to check in next door. Unless we get an error message, I'm all right with it. I think we'll be fine. Three and 1 the count on Martinez. Huge lead for Martin over first. Count's now full.
Well, with the lead that the Dolphins have, you would not expect to see Martin try to steal any base here.
He will not.
So Dolphins will just play it safe. It'll be a 3-2 count for Martinez here.
Secondary lead for Martin is a huge one as Martinez takes ball 4.
That brings up now Joe Solito. Would be, I believe, his first at bat now of the game.
Now batting for the Dolphins, shortstop, number 13, Joe Solito.
Solito comes in 1 for 12 on the season. First at bat of the day for him. That skips in for ball 1. That's hit down the left field line, well foul, and out of play.
Now, Joe, I didn't realize this. Ortega is not normally a pitcher. Listed on the roster, he is an infielder and a catcher, so we have a position player right now in the game.
Well, he's pitched 4 1/3 this year. Now, if you look down the roster for Alliance, they have a lot of players who have had considerable at-bats who have also pitched. That's something that leapt out to me when I looked at the stats earlier in the day. Also, the size of the roster, not very big.
Kind of makes sense now why they forfeited the designated hitter, considering you have Ortega, who has hit before, now into the game.
He's having trouble throwing strikes here. Solito ahead 3 and 1. 3-1 pitch on its way. That's ball 4.
And now Christopher Hayes will have a bases loaded opportunity here. Still no one away here at the bottom of the 6th inning.
Error, walk, walk. Nobody out, and the Dolphins have the bases loaded here in the 6th.
Now, Joe, another good question would be, would this be the first time you've seen the Dolphins score a run potentially in every inning if Hayes was to get someone home here?
I'd be inclined to say yes. There's only one other game I can think of where it's possible they scored in every inning, and I'm fairly certain they didn't, and that would be in a record-setting performance a few years back. We're going to check that right now. It was a 28-run effort against Yeshiva. I think that was in 2018. Let's take a look. I think it was in, I want to say, late March.
And Hayes now up in the count 3-0. Said Ortega's just really having trouble throwing strikes right now, as the Warriors again starting to warm up someone in their bullpen.
It wasn't 2018. Had to be 2019. That's ball 4.
Dolphins now officially have scored a run in every inning of this game.
It had to be 2019. Okay, they scored 30 runs. They did not score in every inning.
Did have a 13-run inning.
They did.
And that's 6th, and what is that, the 5th inning? Yeah, 5th
inning. So they did not score in every inning there. They scored 15 in the next game, which I called. In that game, they scored in all but 1 inning. If not in those 2 games, I don't think it's happened in any game I've called or been here to cover. So I think we're seeing a first today, Nick. Congratulations.
I like to be here for, game-changing broadcast here with you.
I was congratulating the Dolphins, not you.
Okay.
That's it on a line to second, and that's the first out of the inning. I'm impartial.
I know.
Can't congratulate the Dolphins. Anthony Sotero will be the batter. There's a swing and a miss for strike 1.
Trying to see who that is warm up in the Warrior bullpen. I think that it might be Jameson Miller. I'm not 100% sure, though.
I think you're right. That skips in.
Now, has he pitched any innings on the season?
I think the question right now is who hasn't, and I have an answer for you. I thought I was about to say Miller, but he has. He's pitched a third of an inning. Two and 1 the count now on Anthony Sotero. If Sotero gets on with a walk, I think that's probably it for Ortega. But I could be wrong. We'll see. There's ball 3.
Dolphins at the top of the order on deck. Michael Keogh is on deck for CSI.
Comes 3 and 1. That's way upstairs to the backstop for ball 4. Now, it's very early in the inning. Dolphins are at 19 runs, already a season high. What I want to know is what the previous single game high in runs was before they scored 30 in the game that I just referenced against Yeshiva, 2019. It's a good thing we have record books. Now, our 2022 edition, I believe I have on a drive, but let's see here. See if we have that information. Another 2-0 count here on Michael Kehoe. And that's to the backstop.
And that will bring home the 20th run of the game for CSI.
Let's see if we can find it. Pages 28 through 32.
Joe, looking through the table of contents right there.
This is 120 pages.
You folks are certainly hearing a lot of firsts in this broadcast.
120?
As Kehoe draws the walk to load the bases for the Dolphins.
And I can't manually type in a page? I have to scroll? Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no.
Oh, no is right.
Nick Campese gets a base-loaded chance here.
Was that 21 that just came in?
No, it was 20.
20, okay.
It was 20 on the wild pitch, and the Kehoe walked to load the bases.
Got it. Right. That's ball one. What we're going to do here, as I look through the record book, we're going to turn off the count for now. Let's see if we can find it. Well, I have a lot of work to do at the end of the season, huh? 110 pages.
You have to trim that down.
I don't think trimming it down is going to be the solution here. I think we just have to go through the whole record book and manually input. The good news is, if you go to our stats page from each season, it will tell you.
Campese got hit by the pitch. It brings home another run for CSI.
I don't see the team records here. Oh, here we go. Okay, got it.
You got it.
The highest scoring effort all time for the Dolphins. March 27th, 2019 against Yeshiva. I already mentioned that game. The second highest scoring effort for the Dolphins, a three-way tie. 26 runs, 3 times. They scored 25 against Yeshiva on March 9th, 2010. They scored 24 against Rutgers Newark, against Polytechnic, and against Vaughn. So 24 3 times. They've also scored 23 runs 4 times.
Now we're going to have a pitching change. It's going to be also a defensive change, as Nick Perez is now coming out of the game. So it looks like Ortega will now command one of the infield positions for the Warriors. It's going to be Jamison Miller coming on to pitch.
Now, I saw Miller hit earlier in the game. I did not realize how tall he was. He's listed at 6'5". He looks like he's 6'7" or 6'8" out there.
Joe, I'm being summoned in the other room. I'll be right back.
If it's a stats issue, why are they summoning you and not me?
You can ask Lewis. He's right there.
All right. You try first. Good luck.
Now,
okay.
The Warriors, number 8, Jamison Miller.
Jamison Miller will be the new pitcher for Alliance. Dolphins in the midst of another big inning. They've scored 4 times here in the 6th. They've scored multiple runs in all but 1 inning. The only inning where the Dolphins scored less than a pair was in the 5th. And there's a chance for a lot more here. And the Dolphins could potentially be on their way to another record-setting performance. At the very least, a couple more runs, and this team puts themselves in the record books. And if they take it a bit further than that, perhaps they take a high-ranking spot in the record books in terms of runs scored. And with a knock at the door, I will step off headset, and we'll be right back. Probably about as much activity up here in the booth as we've had in a very long time. As much staff and as much equipment as we've used all year here. And as big a crowd as we've had all year as well. And Nick, welcome back. How'd it go next door?
Meh.
Meh? Are we good?
I think we're good.
I think we're good. Am I needed? Is it necessary that I lend my expertise yet again?
You could if you want to.
Well, it depends. Am I going to have to correct stuff later? That's the question.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
As that's a wild pitch. It's going to bring up another Dolphin run.
Well, we were talking about, or I was talking to myself about, maybe me and the few viewers who are still with us.
We're in the midst of
me and the few viewers who are still with us, we're in the midst of a one-sided conversation where I was talking about how the Dolphins could be on the verge of history here in this game. Sal is shocked.
You heard Sal with the score.
Sal just found out what the score is.
Got to keep it PG, Sal.
Keep it classy, Sal. Keep it classy.
Stay classy.
Sal Burgundy, folks.
Sal Burgundy.
There's a swing and a miss by Michael Crocco for strike one. All right, we'll get you the count back. Sal's in disbelief. That's it toward the middle on the ground. Handled at second. Throw to first in time. And there are two away. The 23rd Dolphin run comes in to score.
Michael Jordan on the board for CSI.
Michael Jordan on the board.
Yeah, why not?
Well, I'll tell you this. Nobody is going to claim this is a football score. 23-5. If you had 23-5 in the box.
Yeah, that's an unethical score for football.
23 maybe.
I think 23 is fine. The 5.
Yeah, the 5. I think if anyone had 23-5 in a baseball game, they were not winning the box.
Yeah. You got to think about it. 2 touchdowns, a couple of field goals, and that's you got 23 right there. The safety, you have to get a safety in the field goal to get the 5.
We've covered a lot of football scores in the past. Some high-scoring games here at baseball, down at softball. But this run total, the most the Dolphins have scored in quite some time. So that's it well out to center, but not well enough.
Try for another home run ball there.
That's caught for the third out. So the Dolphins score 6 more runs. And it looks like they will finish the day, or at least finish game 2 with 23. Can the Lions tack on some more in their final turn at bat of the evening? CSI leading 23-5.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together. I feel like, I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Top half of the 7th inning from the CSI Baseball Complex as Darnell Guerrero puts a charge into another one, and that's down at the base of the center field wall. Guerrero is into second base standing with a leadoff double. And, Nick, that's another great swing for Guerrero, who's had a nice game, too.
Had a nice home run the last time he came out to the plate, and he took a nice shot into center field over the center field Martinez's head. Gets a leadoff double here in the top of the 7th inning.
Now batting for the Warriors, third baseman, number 2, Rocco Nappi.
And that will bring Rocco Nappi to the plate. And that's hit hard, straight to short. Throw to second, not in time. But there's quickly one away as Salino made that sliding grab.
See, a lot of good plays to at shortstop.
I've said it already more than once, but Nick, it's really unbelievable. The Dolphins are out hitting Alliance just 13-12, and the lead is 18.
I'd be curious to know, Joe, how many walks Alliance is allowed in this game. It has been a plenty.
Lewis might not know how to sub out the pitcher for a hitter, but he does know how to calculate the number of walks. So we'll tell you how many walks there have been right now.
The subtle shot there. I wonder if you heard that one.
I don't think that was very subtle, but okay. That's it on the ground to the left side. Throw will go to first, offline. And that winds up hitting the facing
now
of the dugout.
I'd be inclined, I don't know, Joe, to maybe give that a hit. Because he was going to reach first, no matter what.
I think you're right. I'd probably give it a hit.
The throw was not going to get there in time. It goes down as an error on the board.
Does it?
It went down as an error on the board.
Wow, that's a tough error. The question is,
he was at first base pretty much.
That's chopped on the left side.
Oh, that's going to be a play for Salito either. Yep.
No play at second. Run comes in to score.
Now it's kind of a football score.
You're right. Now, they just put a hit up on the board.
So maybe
for that play. Okay, that was the 13th hit right there.
Now batting for the Warriors, pitcher number 8.
It is impossible to try and keep up with getting statistics online from our live stats and managing our scoreboard, but we're trying. All right, how many walks? The Dolphins in this game have drawn 14 walks.
Wow.
There have been 7 wild pitches. Just 5 strikeouts of Dolphin hitters. The Dolphins have 14 strikeouts and have issued 1 walk. If you're a big believer in walk to strikeout ratio, those numbers I just gave you say a lot. There's a strike. Count 1 and 2. Sal collapsing to the floor from exhaustion up here.
Don't worry, Sal. We've been commemorating you for your efforts today.
Commemorating? It sounds like we've lost him. Rice picks up the strikeout, and there are 2 away. The good news for Sal is that I saw him make sure he got his ice cream earlier, so that's nice. So that's chopped to the right side, and that's through for a hit. That'll bring home a run. Throw goes to the plate. That was much closer than I expected, but the run is in.
Nice throw from Crocco there.
And with that, the Warriors are now out-hitting the Dolphins.
Number 86, Alex Camilla.
I didn't mention it, Joe. When they had the 6th run, you had 2 of your favorite numbers from LeBron James. I know how much you love him.
I'm good. Bruh. We're not doing that here.
No. That's for after the game. 14th hit now for the Warriors there on that last one.
Alliance, 14 hits. Staten Island, 13. And the man at the plate for the Warriors has 3 of those 14 hits. Looking to reach base for the 5th time is Alex Camillo.
You said the last time, Joe, he's the only one that has not struck out today.
It would only be fitting if the commentator's jinx strikes once again, and he struck out here, because that's the season it's been. It's the kind of year it's been.
It really has been. Well, it didn't take into effect.
No strikeout, and he's got a hit.
Got to throw it to home, though.
Throw coming in.
And a weird way to end this game, Joe.
Yes, that is not the ending I expected, but that will be good for the third out of the inning, and the Dolphins win it by a final score of 23-7. Alliance in this game finishes with 15 hits to the Dolphins' 13, but that is not enough to pick up a win, as CSI made the most of those 14 walks I mentioned. 7 errors combined in the field for these two teams, but the reason we assembled here today for this doubleheader was to remember Steve Sosa, Anthony Iraci, Anthony Varvaro, pregame ceremony that you led ahead of Game 1. The Dolphins send the spectators assembled home happy with a pair of wins, and for the CSI team, they head into a huge series against Mercy College with a lot of positive momentum.
Yeah, huge time momentum for CSI. Obviously, we've talked about it so much today. Very emotional day here at the College of Staten Island. But CSI able to get 2 big-time wins against Alliance University, and you talked about it. They now go into a huge series with Mercy, really big-time conference games coming up for the Dolphins as they try to make a playoff push and get into the postseason. So really some important games coming up for CSI. They really need to take advantage of this. This is a good step towards taking that advantage. We'll have to see how they do next week.
Huge games for the Dolphins begin next Friday here at the CSI Baseball Complex. They face the Mercy College Mavericks on Friday at 1 p.m. Keep in mind, that start time was changed. It was originally a noon start here from the CSI Baseball Complex. Once again, the start time for this Friday's game has been changed to 1 p.m. On Friday, as I mentioned earlier in the day, Nick Durst is expected to make his season debut on the broadcast alongside me for Dolphins and Mavericks. On Sunday, I would suspect that we will have either Nick back, Nick Pavona that is, my broadcast partner from today, or Andrew Rotundo. We will figure that out later in the week. However, that is not our next broadcast, Nick. We are back at softball for 2 huge games on Tuesday.
Yeah, and it's really, like saying they were baseball, it's really huge games for coming up for this softball. 2 games against Malloy University. They really need to get those wins in order to make it to the playoffs. They really need these games down the stretch of the season. They also have a bunch of conference games coming up. If they're able to at least split that series with Malloy on Tuesday, it would really go down towards a lot of momentum for CSI going down the season.
Plenty to look forward to here on Sportsnet. Softball needs conference wins. Baseball needs conference wins. Nothing but conference baseball remaining on the schedule for the College of Staten Island. I'd have to double-check the softball schedule, but I know for sure that we have at least a few more non-conference games left on the softball side of things. So be sure to tune in the rest of the way. It should be an exciting time here at the College of Staten Island. Both teams playing in their first year as postseason eligible NCAA Division II programs. So until Tuesday, this has been Joe Foreman, and for my broadcast partner Nick Pavona and all of us here at the College of Staten Island, thank you for watching. Our final score here in Game 2, the Dolphins over the Warriors 23-7 on this 2023 Heroes Day. Everyone enjoy the rest of your Saturday evening and have a happy Easter Sunday.